Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if abandoned Izuku fell in love with Toga Himiko. Part 3. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Undying by Nartleb. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. It's been another couple of months since I found out that everyone who I associated with, and my friend Shoko, thinks that I'm dead, and I finally decided that I do want Shoko to know I'm alive. But I also know that coming back from the dead is a special occasion. Well, metaphorically that is. Literally coming back from the dead tends to happen on a weekly to bi-weekly basis. So I can't just pop up like I'd originally been planning. Himi's been helping me to think of something big, but there's no hurry. It's going to be a multi-step plan that will culminate in our reunion. And the first step is learning how to sew. Though now that I think about it, having someone else sew what I plan to give her makes a lot more sense than me randomly picking up the skill. But oh well. I already started learning, so I might as well stick with it. Plus it will make it all the more special. But for now it's time for a fast food break, for Himi, I mean. For me it's more of a murder break. I've been trying to get her to tone down on sucking my blood a bit ever since she mentioned that the taste was lingering even an hour after she'd last drunk it. I'm not sure if she can get sick from drinking too much of a single person's blood, but I'm not going to risk it. Shigi isn't going to offer up his own blood for her to drink either, and I'm not even sure if Kurogiri has blood for her to drink. Anyways, that means that today we're going hunting for some tasty blood for Himi. Maybe we can even bring them back so she has another consistent source of blood. Sure, we'll probably have to house break them so that Shigi doesn't turn them to dust because they won't stop crying about us letting them go like the last time we tried, but you know what they say. If at first they resist, stab them until they don't. 1. So what flavor are you hoping to get this time? I ask my girlfriend as we skip through the streets. It's kind of weird how nobody is saying anything about my villain costume, but then again it does look like normal clothes, and the mask could be for any number of reasons they aren't aware of. Wait a minute. Is it actually difficult to tell that I'm a villain unless I do something criminal or suspicious? It would make sense since you can't arrest someone just because of what they're wearing. There's even someone wearing the same jacket as me on the other side of the street. Maybe someone sour. Himi's reply brings my attention back to the moment. Or a coffee person would be nice to have. A morning pick-me-up after a night of you picking me up sounds like a good thing. A pink girl leaning against a store's wall spits out her own coffee after hearing that. I blush at her teasing, oblivious or more likely just not caring of what other people might overhear. She continues to muse. Right now I'm kind of in the mood for something sweet, but you already said that you aren't giving it to me. She glares with puffed out cheeks while a passing guy who overhears us gives me a smirk and a thumbs up. I sigh before pulling her into a nearby alley, ignoring the whooping encouragement of the guys and blushing glares of the women. We traverse the maze that is the backstreets until the noise generated from the mass of people going about their day is nothing but a distant concern. Letting go of Himi's hand I whirl around and cross my arms, raising an eyebrow. To which she innocently tilts her head. What's up? I don't think that someone with a good flavor is going to be hanging out around here. To anyone watching, I'm sure that they'd fully believe her words, at least until the mischievous smirk and blush crosses her face. Or, are you in the mood for a taste of my flavor? Of course there's only one way to respond to that sort of provocation. My lips meet hers and her eyes widen before she kisses back with a passion, trying to drive my own assault back. And that's where we stay, each of us trying to claim dominance over the other but unable to push back long enough for one of us to claim victory. I don't know how long we stay like that, taking breaths in the brief moments one of us breaks contact when the other's assault starts to overpower them. We might have gone farther, unconcerned that somebody could stumble on us. We're pretty far from the frequented areas after all. But then it actually happens. A guy who can't be much older than the two of us stumbles around the corner. Finally breaking contact, we both glare at the guy. He doesn't even have the decency to look apologetic. Just a mixture of terror and hope. Neither of them even lasts that long though, since apparently he was running from a person who just kicked him at us. Don't these people have any manners? And from someone who's supposed to be a hero too. Not even being qualified to be in the top couple thousand, the pro-hero Woozy seems to be surprised that there's other people around, though less upset than we are. Oh, sorry for bothering the two of you, he says, completely disregarding the fact that he's the one who kicked the groaning guy to us. I was chasing this delinquent when he managed to distract me. He gives the guy a look that resonates with me, and not in a good way. It's only enhanced by his groaning protests. I didn't do anything. He gasps out, clenching his stomach while curled into a ball. In response, the hero's eyes flash a nauseous green color and his groaning intensifies. That's enough out of you, trash. You're lucky that I'm only letting you off with beating a sense of morality into you. The paperwork just isn't worth the effort for someone like you. Someone like him, I mutter, my voice low and filled with anger. Himi shoots me a look of curiosity as she sees me palm a knife from my sleeve. The way this hero is talking. The way he's treating this guy. The way he's acting like he's beneath him. This isn't how a hero treats villains and criminals. No, I know exactly what earns people this kind of treatment. Though is it really earned when it's not their fault? No, Woozy isn't acting like this guy committed a crime. He's acting like he's quirkless. He scoffs, fanning the familiar flames of injustice I'd always suppressed before I'd started living freely. He's obviously just hoping to throw himself on the mercy of such upstanding citizens such as yourselves to avoid paying for his crime. 3. Woozy's quirk, which lets him make one person he looks at nauseous for a few seconds, seems to wear off of the guy, since his shout echoes throughout the urban maze. I didn't steal any fucking pack of gum, you fucking psycho. I had some in my pocket. Another scoff announces what the hero thinks of his objection. Why would those young men lie? Obviously someone like you would. A splash of blood cuts him off, but surprisingly it's not from me. My knife still poised in my hand where it would have launched on a direct trajectory to his throat. And it's not from Himi, whose mouth has dropped open to mirror the surprise of me and the quirkless guy. No, the blood splatter is caused by someone who drops down from above, a sword angled down from Woozy's collarbone and sheathing itself in his chest as he falls to the ground. It's not an instant death, as showcased by the way the hero chokes and sputters on the blood rising from his throat. He reaches out, as if asking for help. So I decide that I'll do so. The assailant leaps off of his back as I throw my knife, helping his suffering to end by embedding into his head. Both fall to the floor with barely a sound, and the assailant flicks the blood free of his blade without taking his eyes off of us. We stay like that for a few moments, neither of us making a move in the tense silence. A silence that's broken by Himi's squeals of excitement. Oh my gosh, Izu, do you know WHO that is? Her shouting rings in my ears, and I just know that I'm going to have to die to avoid having them end up permanently damaged. She continues without giving me a chance to answer, her squeals of excitement seeming to unsettle the man. It's hero killer Stain. He always leaves heroes cut up all over the place. I've found some of the places he's killed before the police have cleaned them up and... She shudders with an intense blush, squirming happily. The blood slashed around is beautiful. She seems to take a moment to think before nodding firmly and glomping onto me and nuzzling my face. But yours was so much better. Oh, just remembering. Okay. I need to stop her before she gets too worked up. The hurt guy is inching away from us and the hero killer looks like he either wants to kill us, or kill himself for witnessing this. So I take out my own personal Himi tool on the same level of her frying pan. I smoothly unwrap a piece of hard candy one-handed and press it between her lips. Tasting it, her face lights up and she quiets down to focus on drawing out the flavor by sucking on it. Breathing a sigh of relief, I turn back to the villain? Vigilante? Stain. His name sounds vaguely familiar. But anyways, cool kill. You have something to mark it as your own? He's taken aback by the question, but you can only see it by looking at his eyes since the rest of his body is saying, try anything and die. At first I think that he's just going to leave without answering, which would be pretty rude, but evidently he has enough manners to respond. My work is my mark. Cleansing the fake heroes that infect the nation is all the message I have for people. I nod in appreciation. That's awesome. You even managed to say it with your scarf blowing in the wind, which just adds to how awesome it is. His face twists in a snarl, but before he can no doubt say something offensive I snap my fingers. Oh yeah, that's where I've heard of you before. His guard goes up even more somehow, but he doesn't have anything to worry about. Shiggy said he wanted to know if you would join the League of Villains since you like killing heroes. He bares his teeth as he points his sword at me. I don't kill heroes, I kill fakes who corrupt the symbol with their foul beings. Glancing down at Woozy, I nod. I can appreciate that. The offer still stands though. Would you be interested? He doesn't like heroes either. There's a brief moment where he looks like he's going to vanish down the alley before he sheathes his sword. I'm willing to meet in order to discover if our convictions can coexist. Give me a time and place. I pull out my phone, sending our coordinates to Kurogiri. Is now good? We can send you wherever you want afterwards? He stares for a moment as a misty portal opens up between us. He gives a curt nod before stepping inside, his stride full of confidence. Now, I say, looking at the quirkless guy whose pale face showcases perfectly just how out of his depth he is. I lean forward, something that's been in the back of my mind for a long time finally having the opportunity to be tested. You're quirkless, right? He nods slowly, a brief flash of resigned acceptance flashing across his face that's immediately replaced by shock. How would you feel if I told you that might not be the case? After having Kurogiri send our new Taze Koff friend someplace to wait for, experiencing a variety of activities, Himi and I sit in the bar and drink some drinks while getting comfortable to listen to Shiggy talk with Stain. Or as we think it will end up, him failing to recruit a clearly skilled rogue to the party. Or maybe an assassin. I don't know about his outright fighting skills, so it's possible that he might also be a good warrior. Or maybe like one of those, skilled in many but master of none, people Shiggy always complains about. Something about how they lack commitment. Either way, I'm interested in hearing both of their ideals and seeing how it compares to the one I've developed over my months of being with Himi. Coincidentally, she shares the same ideal because she actually believes in it, rather than just because I do. It's a nice couple ideal to follow. Ooh, but it looks like the two of them are done with trying to intimidate each other with their stares. So, you're hero killer Stain. I thought you'd be taller. Shiggy starts us off with a sass attack. How will Stain respond? He snorts. And for an organization presumptuous enough to call themselves the League of Villains, I expected their leader to be old enough to drink. And he shoots back with a perfectly valid concern. Especially since All for One is the actual leader even if he is hands-off. Sort of like how a parent is in charge of their child until they decide to abandon them. Seemingly to counteract that point, Shiggy holds out a hand and Kurogiri slides a glass of alcohol into it. Keeping a pinky lifted, he takes a fancy drink while maintaining eye contact with the hero killer. After draining it he lets out a dramatic sound of satisfaction. We're villains. We don't care about things like that. I do. I don't want my cinnamon roll to taste like bourbon. Shiggy does a great job of ignoring Himi thanks to his copious amount of experience doing it. Stain doesn't, as shown by the flicker of movement from his eye as he undoubtedly makes a note of her seemingly inane comment. But was it really? Himi is many things. Cute, crazy, sadistic, bloody, a blood enthusiast, and my girlfriend, but she isn't dumb. For all I know her making her opinion known at that moment could have been meant to establish that while Shiggy is the de facto boss of the league, the members aren't being forced to serve him due to fear or awe of his strength. Which would mean that he has certain other qualities that convinced us that he should be the leader. Or it might have just been her making sure her opinion is known. Either way, Stain scoffs and crosses his arms. I take note of the knives strapped to each arm, preparing to flip my own should things turn violent. Tell me, what is your ideal? Why do you desire to go against those society has labeled as heroes? Shiggy tilts his head, and I'm on the literal edge of my seat as I lean forward to listen, my hands clenching the rim between my legs to ensure I don't accidentally fall off. Despite being here for nearly 10 months, I haven't actually heard what his ideal is, why he wants to take down heroes, specifically, All Might. Why? Obviously because I don't like them. Why wouldn't you get rid of the things you hate? The genuine bafflement in his voice is enough for me to slip, landing face first on the floor. Seriously. That's it, I mean, I'm not complaining, but still. That's kind of a deluded and childish reason. But thinking about it, that also fits Shigaraki. He absolutely hates needing to do things that he doesn't like. Which unfortunately includes cleaning up the dust from when he decays something. I've been thinking of getting one of those robot vacuum cleaners to help with that, but realized that there's a better way. It's been a while since I've talked with my cousin, and I'm sure that she can make one better than what we could buy. Might take some effort to get a secure connection set up so that the authorities won't be able to track us if we ever give them a reason, but it shouldn't be too hard. But anyways, Stain doesn't look like he's a fan of Shiggy's reasoning either. At least if the way he's straddling him with a knife impaled in his shoulder is any indication. But then again, I side-eye Himi, who makes eye contact before blushing and looking down while covering her cheeks with her sleeves. Baka Izu, don't ask for that when we have an audience. I wasn't asking. I'm quick to shut that down. I have no interest in letting people outside our relationship see the expressions she makes during those situations. Feeling the knife in my hand, I'm reminded of what I was supposed to be doing. Having an oopsie moment, I'm relieved that Stain hasn't made any moves to kill Shigi. That would be awkward to explain to his sensei. Thankfully, it seems that he likes to monologue about his own ideal. You lack conviction, even in your own desire. Without conviction, you will achieve nothing. Which is how you ended up like this. You're being a little rough, don't you think? Kurogiri, send him away. Contrary to my expectations, Shigi is pretty calm. I honestly thought that he would freak out the moment he got hurt. Then again, he has been trained by All for One, so it makes sense that he'd be more competent than he appears. Apologies, Tamura Shigaraki, but I cannot move. It must be the hero killer's quirk. I have to do a double take upon seeing that Kurogiri has blood staining the sleeve of his uniform. Were we really that distracted? The world is overrun by fakes. Petty criminals like you who chase petty dreams. Stain brings a second blade to bear, hovering over the hand Shigi refers to as father. They must all be purged. But before the blade can so much as scratch the hand, Shigi grabs it, ignoring the way it slices into his hand. Watch it. If you touch this palm, his red eyes flash, and Stain's own widen. I'll kill you. You sure talk a lot, hero killer. Conviction. The scoff in his voice is obvious when he says that word. I may not have something as loaded as that, but if I had to choose something though, it would be killing All Might. With the knife decayed, he clenches his hand into a fist and it crumbles to dust while Stain glares down at him. If society wants to worship trash like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and then crush them while they're in shock. Stain looks like he's about to stab him again, but Shigi sweeps out with a hand, prompting him to jump back to avoid being decayed. Shigi rises and looks at the blood leaking from his shoulder and hand with annoyance. How irritating. We don't have a healer in our party, you know. It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. Stain says, though the smile on his face reveals that he's not upset about that. However, this wasn't in vain. We both agree that we need to destroy the present. Shut up. I'm done with you. Leave. Drop dead. I don't care. The dismissive way he treats the hero killer does nothing to banish the light of excitement in his eyes. I was testing your motives. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death. He sheathes his knife. There is a warped sprout of conviction within your eyes. How will it bloom in the end, I wonder? 1. You're even crazier than Toga. Someone like you will be no good for the League of Villains. He once ignores Himi's interjection of, you do care, clearly wanting to go back to his games. Kurogiri, now able to move again, makes to open a portal only for a gesture from me to put it on hold. At the curious looks, I explain. We've heard of Shigi's convictions, but not yours, Stain. All you've said was that you hate fakes and those who lack convictions. So, what's yours? He stares at me with narrowed eyes before grunting in acknowledgement. I seek to kill the fake heroes so only true heroes like All Might remain. While those I can't help it. I do want to listen to the rest of his explanation, but really. He thinks All Might is a true hero. That statement is so ridiculous that I laugh. The hostile glare he shoots at me just makes me laugh harder. After a whack from Himi's frying pan though, I manage to shake off most of my amusement. I still let out the occasional chuckle though. All Might is anything but a true hero. My claim garners the interest of everyone except Himi, who's the only one I've mentioned to that All Might is, well, not my dad. Father or guardian would imply that they at least raised me, which isn't accurate either. Sperm donor. I guess that works. Anyways, the point is that she's the only one who knows the full story. It's not that I've explicitly hid it from the League, but I haven't really had a reason to share it. I don't think that Stain would join the League, or be a good fit like Shigaraki said, but maybe it will help everyone to understand my ideal. All Might had 2 children. One with a powerful quirk, and the other lacking a quirk at all. I find it funny how Shigi and Kurogiri's eyes widen as I start my story. They know about that, how my family treated me, but I never mentioned that All Might was the neglectful father. The quirkless boy was neglected by All Might, who acted like he didn't exist. The all too brief times where he remembered that he had a son just made the rest of his life all the more miserable. You lie. Stain snarls, his hand drawing a blade once again. I smirk back at him. I don't, but if you ever run across either All Might or a girl named Izumi Yagi, ask them what Izuku Yagi's life was like. Only one of them could tell you, though whether or not she'd be honest about it is another question entirely. I shrug, but either way, knowing about how hypocritical the symbol of peace is, I can't help but put air quotes around his title, which seems to anger him more if the bloodlust he's giving off is any indication. It's not as oppressive as All for One's though, and if I didn't buckle under his, there's no way I'll buckle under Stain's. I've come to a single truth about the world. I show the room a face-splitting smile. People will do what they want, regardless of how it will affect others. He takes an aggressive step forward. A true hero saves people like they want. I interrupt. People who don't commit crimes might not do so because they want to be good, or they want to not go to prison. People become heroes because they want money, fame, to help people, etc. Heck, they might want to become heroes just because it's the cool thing to do. I scoff dismissively, but once you boil everything down to its base, past all the flowery words, the excuses, the justifications, the convictions, you get people acting based on their own selfish wants. I meet his rage-filled eyes with my cold ones. You want to kill fakes because you want heroes to embody the ideal, not the reality. I take a sip of my drink. In the end, you're just as fake as the ones you hunt. 2. With a cry of rage he leaps at me, only to fly through a veil of misty darkness that appears in front of him. I chuckle while shooting Kurogiri a thumbs up. Thanks for the save, Momogiri. Less blood dirtying up the bar to clean up later. I sit in a comfy chair, Himi hanging off of me as we stare at a monitor. It's a live video of a nearly bare room holding only a futon and a stainless steel table. Oh yeah, and some random guy who's supposedly quirkless. I may have forgotten about him for a few days, but thankfully Kurogiri didn't and has been making sure that he gets food and water. It would have been embarrassing if my test subject died before we even started testing anything. He even made sure to give him a TV. Of course now it's removed so it doesn't mess with the current batch of tests, but it's a good thing that he wasn't stuck in a room alone with his thoughts for several days without anything to distract him. I know exactly what that feels like. But man, Kurogiri really does act like a mom. He cooks for all of us, he cleans up after all of us, he stops Shigaraki Tikiraki from decaying Himi when she hides his hands. And that's not even counting how he wears an apron when he cooks. That's why he's Momogiri. Anyways, back to the testing. I hold down a button and the crinkle of speakers turning on resounds throughout the testing room, startling the guy and making him swallow his gum. It doesn't need to do that of course, but I figured that it would give the place that sketchy, "You've made a horrible decision" vibe. So, you think you have a quirk? No, you do. The confused man responds. No, I clarify, that's the name of the show. I'm on a show, he shouts. Well, not right now. But if you do end up having a quirk we could make one. And you'll be featured on the very first episode. He just deadpans in the direction of the speaker, causing the two of us to chuckle. Anyways, these tests will consist of you doing and experiencing things you've never encountered before. This can include, but is not limited to, eating a person, singing in a variety of form Bleck bit my tongue. Ahem, foreign dialects, contorting your body into a wide range of shapes, and dying. I really thought that leaving dying for last would get more of a reaction than he shows. But he just nods like that's to be expected. It's everything else that he looks weirded out by. It just reaffirms what Himi and I know. Sane people make much less sense than crazy people. Which reminds me. We should probably get your name, huh? Or we can just call you one. For whatever reason, the guy nods. So I just shrug it off as a sane person thing and we start the tests. By finding out what tests we should actually do. After a quick questionnaire for the increasingly uncertain and confused, 1, we begin the first test. Whistling. Well, trying to whistle. Which doesn't go very well considering that none of us know how to whistle. I asked Kurogiri and Shigi but neither of them know how either. Which makes sense since Shige's lips are as crusty as the rest of him and Kurogiri doesn't have a mouth. Or a face. So test 1 is a failure, but 1 himself isn't yet. Worse comes to worse, I'll ask all for 1 to give him a quirk as a consolation prize. Or kill him to see if he can come back to life like me. Either way works. Anyways, the second test is a result of him not knowing how to swim, and thus never visiting the ocean. To put it in simple terms, we have Kurogiri open a portal from somewhere in the ocean to the ceiling of the room. He seems surprised that it works. 1 is surprised about the sudden waterfall that cracks the floor, and I'm surprised at how I forgot to account for how much pressure is being exerted on the water being transported. It's a good thing the portal wasn't directly above him or else we'd be out of subject. Though we might be out of 1 anyways given how badly he's failing this current test. He's not interacting with the water in any other way than his panicked flailing. And it doesn't look like he's able to breathe it either. But he's holding his breath so there's no way to tell for sure. Oh, there it is. Yep, he isn't able to breathe in salt water. Kurogiri portals him out, and while he's busy gasping for breath Kurogiri once again helps us out by sending the water someplace else. Where does he send it? No idea, but it's gone so that's all that matters. After 1 recovers enough to beg for us to let them go home we continue on to test 3. Electro no, the salt water he inhaled might mess with the results. Though since we're testing for a previously undiscovered quirk, it might not matter. Or it will completely matter. Quirks are weird like that. After tossing a taser through yet another portal I should really do something nice for Kurogiri after this and watching him react like most people would to getting shocked while soaking wet and watching his gum fly out of his mouth. We move on to test 4. Yep, I totally didn't forget which one we're on. After that the tests continue with us occasionally taking breaks for 1 to rest. But nothing works. No matter what new things he experiences he doesn't show signs of a quirk. We even feed him 2 of my severed arms that we keep frozen for emergencies. Both cooked and raw, both with and without him knowing. We need to threaten him a lot to knowingly eat human meat, but we do manage it. By the end of the day he's looking pretty ragged, which is perfectly understandable. As is the distant look in his eyes as he chews. Wait a minute. My eyes narrow as 1 gratefully accepts the break and pulls out another piece of gum. I press the button for the speaker, the staticky noise causing him to drop it in a small puddle of blood. Not his own of course, we kept the cutting testing and the bleeding testing light so that we wouldn't accidentally kill him. And the blunt force testing kept all of his bleeding on the inside. That's just some leftover from when we bled me to death and poured it all on top of him. Nothing happened and I made a joke about how it was because it's not the blood of his enemies, but he sassed me and said that I am his enemy. Rude. But back to what's caught my attention. Where did you get that gum? I don't remember ever giving you any. He scowls directly at the camera, 1 of the tests having revealed where it is. As a shudder runs through him. Probably remembered eating parts of me. I always have gum. It helps calm me down from when people attack me for being quirkless. And when psychopaths kidnap and torture me. Well I have some good news for you, the next test will be the last. And not because we're going to kill you for the test. His expression screams how done he is with all of this, and it remains like that when he falls unconscious from the sleeping gas I flood the room with. After ensuring that everything is in place, we replace him into a room where there's only a single shining silver cover. And when he wakes up he's given a very simple direction. Under that cover is a piece of gum. Your only job is to estimate how large it is, and what flavor. Though I can assure you that it is not grape. The flavor of, well I can't say evil sins, you know, villains. Maybe the flavor of trash. Ignoring my tangent, 1 stares at the cover for a moment before sighing and looking down, letting out a groan when he sees his outfit. Why am I dressed like some fancy old guy? He doesn't even seem to have the energy to be mad, he's just tired. Because why not? I can assure you that it's important to the test. You should be happy we didn't shave your head and stick a mustache on you. He sighs again before glaring at the cover and the gum underneath. It doesn't take him long to give his answer, and when he pulls the cover up he sees that he was correct. Under the cover is cherry-flavored gum in the shape of a human hand. About the size of my hand we fed him, actually. He glares at the camera while a grin stretches across both my and him's faces. Congratulations, Mr. 1. You have a quirk. I push the second button I have that I was doubting I would be able to push today, and celebratory music plays throughout both our rooms. His face doesn't change from the deadpan glare he had before. Really? You think me knowing that your sick and twisted mind would have one last torment for me means that I have a quirk? No, 1, you can clearly hear the smugness in my voice. You being able to make that gum appear is why I know you have a quirk. We made sure that there was absolutely no trace of any gum anywhere in that room, including in your outfit. 1. I let him process that for a moment. Then he slowly brings his hand up to his face and stares at it. For a moment, nothing happens. But then, as if it was always there, a single piece of blue gum appears. His hand shakes as he carries it to his mouth, and once he makes the first chew, tears burst from his eyes. He falls to his knees as his body shakes, and laughter bursts forth. He laughs as he cries. He cries as he laughs. But that's okay, because now, in today's society, he's a person. 2. Back in the monitoring room I share a happy look with Himi. Looks like you were right, Midosagi. Seems so, Chusagi. But 2 people isn't enough to prove my theory. Heck, it's not even a pattern until there's a third. She raises an eyebrow as a playful smirk stretches her lips. Oh, so you plan to do the same thing again. And again, and again. With each again, her lips come closer and closer to my own, until they meet. We share a passionate kiss, one filled with the thrill of celebration and progress. It might just be one other person whose existence has proved the toe joint test wrong, but it's still another person that can serve as proof. Proof that being quirkless is one big lie. I sip from my hot chocolate while staring with a raised eyebrow at 1, who's sitting across from me. So, run by me again how you decided murdering someone makes for a good Christmas present. I think on that for a second before clarifying. I mean murdering the person. Murder itself is a pretty good present. In fact, I'm taking Himi out to the mall tomorrow for a 20-minute speed killing. Extra points for people who aren't in the holiday spirit. After discovering one's quirk, I really didn't expect to see him again, but surprisingly he wanted to keep in touch. Even after he found out that we're a group of villains. He'd text and call us often, usually just about how his day is going, or what new insults other students come up with for him. Oh yeah, he's apparently a second year in high school, so I was right about him not being much older than Himi and I. Anyways, he said that he showed off his quirk and the bullying did die down, but didn't completely vanish. It went from, he's less than human, why should it matter? 2. Such a freak, getting his quirk so late, and, what a pathetic quirk. See, some people didn't like the fact that a quirkless somehow developed a quirk, seeing him as unnatural. But most of his teachers didn't see it the same way and actually tried to stop the bullying when they're around, which in itself made his life so much easier. It was going well, according to him. All the way up until he found himself calling me in a panic, practically begging for us to portal him somewhere safe immediately. And me being me, obviously I asked for his coordinates and asked Kurogiri to get him. Which leaves us here, with him sitting across from me shaking like he was when we first met. His face is bruised, and blood flows from a long horizontal cut between his lip and his nose, which Himi is currently bandaging. Kind of gives him a delinquent vibe. He takes a deep, shaky breath, making Himi slap the back of his head for throwing off her rapping rhythm. The action seems to calm him down in how normal it is. He swallows before beginning his explanation. Well, some relatives came over for the holidays, my uncle and his kids. Minamoto and Hikari. They have good quirks. Heroic quirks. He goes to shake his head, Himi's scowl stopping him just in time as she finishes tying off the bandages. None of them like the Q quirkless. Are villain quirks. They didn't know about my quirk, my parents were going to surprise them. He lets out a choked laugh that's halfway to a sob. They were surprised all right. His face darkens. They started bad-mouthing me at the first opportunity. Not where my parents could hear, oh obviously, not dumb. Smart enough to get into decent hero schools. But they wouldn't listen. One shouts, gesturing wildly. I showed them my quirk, but they just sneered and said it was a cheap trick. Then my uncle stormed into the room and grabbed my wrist. He dragged me in front of my parents and threw me in front of them. He scowls, clenching his fists so hard that his nails dig into his palms. He said that a quirkless can't just suddenly develop a quirk. That I need to be faking it somehow. And you know what I saw when I looked at my parents. He glares at me, anger radiating from his eyes. They fucking agreed with him. They didn't think I actually had a quirk. Even when I showed them. His hand clench at his hair, ripping at it while his eyes become bloodshot from reliving his words. They didn't believe me. They never believed me. They acted like they were just humoring me. Like I was God's damn delusional. So you know what I did. The sneer that crosses his face is clearly forced, the terror and anger fighting for dominance in his psyche. I made sure they couldn't dismiss me. That they'd have to admit that I have a quirk. I made gum appear. And you know what I found out. A broken chuckle scraps its way out of his throat. As long as it's close enough, I can make bubblegum appear anywhere around me. Anywhere. 1. I nod. So you made it appear in their hands or something. Or in the air. Ha. No, that wouldn't have worked, they would have just said it was another trick. I needed something they couldn't deny. And I was so angry. He leans back in the booth staring up at the ceiling with suddenly tired eyes. I was so fucking stupid. My life is over. I'm going to go to prison. Hell, I'll probably get killed on the way to prison. 1. I speak softly, trying not to startle him. Where did you make the gum appear? He doesn't answer for a few moments, but eventually he sighs, dropping his head onto the table with a dull thunk. Ngs. I lean forward. I couldn't hear you. His mumble is even less intelligible somehow. One more time, and make it louder. His lungs, okay. I made the fucking bubblegum appear in his lungs. He shoots up and slams his palms into the table, his emotions apparently hitting a breaking point before draining out of him just as quickly. He falls back into his seat, his head falling into his hands. 1. He fucking choked on it. There was screaming, everyone was panicking. Hikari used her quirk to make something out of light and threw it at me. It cut a gash in my face and I ran. I ran until I remembered you guys. He looks up at me with tears in his eyes, just a scared kid who's accidentally plowed into the road of villainy headfirst. He swallows. Why you've gotta help me. Hide me, help me escape the country something. Please. I reach out and gently put a hand on his shoulder. His own flies to it, holding onto my arm like a lifeline as I meet his eyes. A lifeline that will help him, give him a way out of this situation. I open my mouth. How did it feel? I ask. What? His eyes widen and he tries to pull away, but my grip is firm. Even when he tries to push away from the table after letting go of me. How did it feel? I ask again, my grip tightening. How did it feel to kill? To show the people who looked down on you that you aren't the weak, worthless quirkless they thought you to be. To see someone who saw themselves as so far above you, brought so low in so little time. He's struggling now, his head shaking wildly. No. I didn't feel anything. I didn't mean to. You didn't feel anything. Nothing at all. My eyes peer into his own, pinning him into place. You felt nothing at all about taking your uncle's life. The man who treated you with such casual disregard that he thought nothing of throwing you to the ground in front of your parents. Then what about your parents? How did you feel when they said nothing? When they saw the abuse as something normal? The disgust in their eyes when they decided that you're nothing more than a delusional quirkless relying on cheap tricks to fake a quirk? Was it the pity, the disgust? The patronizing smiles? Come on, 1. Tell me how it felt. I'm standing now, holding one up by his collar as I shout a demand for answers into his face. His eyes are wild, darting all over the place as he tries to look at anything except me. His hands are holding my wrists hard enough to bruise. I don't know, he shouts. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how they feel. I don't want to know. I just want to be somewhere else. I can't help you unless you're honest. Tell me how it felt. How much you enjoyed seeing him struggle. The anger you felt watching everyone try to help him, ignoring you who'd just been attacked. Why should you care about what they think of you? They clearly don't. I liked it. Okay. Finally, he looks at me, bloodshot eyes meeting sparkling ones. I like that I have power. That I could make them feel what I've felt my entire life. That I fucking matter. I like it. Is that what you want to hear? I smile, gently setting him on the floor only for him to fall to his knees with his face in his hands. Muffled sobs echo forth from him, filling the silent bar as our audience watches. Himi chews on some popcorn seasoned with dried blood, Shigi is scowling at how loud we're being, and Kurogiri is looking on with an impressed air around him. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, I say to one as I crouch in front of him. I put a hand on his head, petting him. In fact, that's what we all wanted to hear. It means we can help you. He looks up at me with a look of disbelief, snot and tears leaking from his face. There's a tinge of hope in his eyes as he asks, really? You can help me? One. I give him a smile, one that can brighten up the darkest room. Of course I can. In fact, you won't even need to leave the country. I lean forward, my smile becoming more mischievous as it leaves his line of sight, as I whisper directly into his ear. Actually, if you want, we can help you get more of that feeling. He tenses, his breath catching as I continue. You can show more than just your family that you have worth. That you matter. That you won't sit quietly as they use you as a tool to take out their frustrations on. We can make you into someone of respect. Someone that nobody will be able to look down on. We can make sure that you get that sweet feeling so much, that everything before seems like a distant memory. I step back, doing a little spin before I extend my hand while giving a little half bow. So, one, my smile practically splits my face, it's so wide. Would you like to join this little family we have? Where we accept one another for who we are. The family that we like to call the League of Villains. So, I ask, draped across the bar in front of Shigi Wiggy. We have someone who can set up a completely secure connection yet. He scowls at me. No, Sensei said he'll have someone in a week or two, so stop bothering me about it. He turns away, turning the TV on and blasting the volume to drown out my usual follow-up questions. So I throw a knife at it, giggling as he curses and sparks fly before something in the TV explodes. Momogiri sighs, opening two portals, one under it and one above it, immediately replacing it with an indistinguishable replacement. By this point so many have been destroyed that I'm curious where he's getting them all from. I mean, there are only so many junky TVs to go around. Are they custom made or something? Please refrain from destroying the televisions, Midosagi. Or next time I shall be informing Himiko Toga of your late night drinks. I gasp in outrage, putting a hand to my chest. I don't drink alcohol. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? I say again, how dare you? Apologies, he sighs. I shall inform her of your late night, sips. I nod happily. Better. Wait. No, it's not. I look at him with wide eyes. How am I supposed to build up a tolerance to alcohol if you tell Himi that I've been sipping bourbon while she's sleeping? Shigi's snickering and a sudden feeling of danger tells me that I just messed up. Stiffly, I slowly turn around and see my girlfriend flexing her claws with a closed-eye smile on her face. Care to explain what I just heard, Izuku? I swallow at her not using a nickname, raising my hands in what I know is a futile defense. It's not what you think. I try. And when she doesn't immediately make a move I continue. It's just, one day you might want my taste to have a hint of some kind of alcohol. So I'm trying to build up a tolerance to it so I won't pass out from only drinking a little, before it can affect my taste. I give her puppy dog eyes as she tilts her head back in thought. Okay, she nods. I blink. Really? That's all? Another nod. Yep, since you did it for me it's fine. I let out a sigh of relief only to stiffen as she continues. But the guilt you've been feeling since you started doing that on Christmas has been affecting your blood, so we're going to have to clean out the source. Her eyes open wide, a gleam I've long become familiar with shining brightly as she thrusts her hand forward. Kali Ma. A few seconds later I'm in front of the receptionist, sheepishly scratching my cheek while she glares at me. Yeah, she found out. She shakes her head, ruffling some papers. I did tell you she would kill you. I chuckle before shaking my head. Yeah, but what about you? That one guy still giving you trouble? She waves my redirection aside, like she usually does whenever our conversations turn towards her own life. Unlife, half-life, however she exists, there is nothing you are able to do about that, so there's no need for you to be better informed about it. More importantly, She peers at me with a raised eyebrow. Did you not have something important planned today? I blink for a few seconds, trying to remember what she's talking about. Which is kind of a shock, her actually remembering dates given time is funky down here. When I do remember, I smack my palm into my forehead. I needed to drop off her present. I sigh, shrugging. Well, nothing I can do about it now. Her dad always takes her out for breakfast before having a party where he invites important people with kids. Presents aren't opened until almost the evening, so I can only hope that Himi drops it off for me. Single quote, comma, single quote. Toga, smoothie, smoothie, hard Y smoothie. I hum while singing a happy song, watching the heart, pomegranate juice, and blood oranges mixed together in a blender. I ignore Shigaraki Chaparaki's look of distaste. It's better than his reactions when he first saw me doing this. He has girly screams. 1. Momogiri's look of disapproval is harder to ignore. But it's not my fault Izu bleeds so much when I take out his heart. Blame humanity for evolving like that. I'd rather that the blood doesn't get wasted on the floor too. So don't hold out the mop like you expect me to clean it up. I will ensure that your smoothie is blended to your preferred texture. Quote. Knowing that he'll get it just how I like it, I reluctantly accept the cleaning tools and get to work mopping up Izu's blood, grumbling as I do. Never see Shigaraki sweeping up his dust. The only girl here shouldn't have to do the housework. Wait a minute. I stop after picking up Izu's body and laying it in one of the booths. He's already stopped bleeding, thankfully, or else cleaning up would be a lot more effort. But that's not what has me stopped. It's a niggling thought that I'm forgetting something. Something important. Good thing we have people for that. Momogiri, I shout. What am I forgetting? He sighs. Do you have any clues as to what it is you have forgotten? I tilt my head with a finger on my cheek. Dunno, but I think it had to do with a girl. Shiggy snorts. Sagi finally decide to pick up a chick who's sane. Without looking, I flick my arm and a knife embeds itself in the seat of his chair, just an inch higher and it would have been in his thigh. I roll my eyes as he curses at me. Obviously I wouldn't be mad about Izu finding another girl for us to have fun with, we'd already said we were okay with that. Especially with all the blood I've drunk from him. At this point I could probably just transform into him and not need to go back to normal ever. I won't though, because Izu said that he likes me how I am. I don't have to be someone else for him to accept me. I don't need to wear a mask for him to like me. For him to love me, I just have to be myself. Of course, he doesn't complain in the bedroom. Double the Izus is double the fun for both of us. 3. But Shiggy's good for something other than playing his games. He reminded me of what I forgot. Birthday. I shout, and the three of us turn to look at the birthday calendar. Unlike a normal calendar, there's only 6 dates on it, and they're all hand-drawn. Originally they were just the birthdays of the members of the league, but after Izu found out that his bitch of a mother hid the fact that he's still alive, he's added another. It's today. I can't believe I forgot. He even learned how to sew for her present. I'm not jealous since he gave me the same thing he's giving her for Christmas, plus he took me out on a killing date. So I think I've gotten the better present between the two of us. Still, I know how important this is for Izu, and I killed him before he could do it. I'm a bad girlfriend, I mutter, tracing circles in the remainder of Izu's blood on the floor. He had this big plan all planned, but now it's ruined. Kurogiri sighs, putting a hand on my shoulder and pulling me out of my sad thoughts. Do not worry, Himiko Toga. Midosagi had already prepared everything, so long as you drop them off I do not think he will be angry. I sniff, looking up at him with unshed tears in the corners of my eyes. Really, you think so? I know so, he reassures me. I cannot imagine him ever being angry at you. The only time I believe he even came close was when you thought he was hiding something from you. I wince at the memory. I think I was justified in being suspicious, but I'm just glad it didn't ruin our relationship. After finally having someone I can be myself around, I don't think I can ever go back. More than that, with Izu, I don't have to be restrained. Even with the other members of the league I can't act how I do when Izu and I are alone. I don't think any of them realize just how broken we are. It's not just how we both suffered simply because of how we were born, it's that we support each other. We're like two broken knives, me missing the handle and him missing the blade. Without both, it's not really a knife. They still have their uses, but they're not a knife. It's only when we're together that we're whole. In fact, we fit together even better than the original designs. Like the person who made the knife messed up when they put us together. 1. We were supposed to be the same knife, but they separated us, making us something faulty, that others look down on. And when the part we were never meant to be with has had enough, we became broken. But now that we're together it's all okay. I hop up, smiling at Momogiri and how he takes care of us. Thanks Momogiri. Let's go. I rush off to get the present and the letter, casting a single glance back at the smoky figure that takes care of us. Maybe. One day, maybe we'll let him see how broken we are. We can all be broken together, instead of separately. Shoko. I stand by the food, slowly sipping from my cup as well-dressed people mingle around me. It's only here that I can avoid talking to the multitude of well-wishers and their children, who are practically pushed into talking with me by their parents. It's clear to me that they're as reluctant to talk to me as I am to talk to them, though I'd guess for different reasons. I'm the daughter of Endeavor, one of the most intimidating heroes there are, as well as holding the number 2 spot for many years. They're likely afraid of what he might do if they were to offend me. As for why I don't want to talk to them, this is my first birthday since what happened to Izuku. Ever since I'd met him, he'd been there for me. It didn't matter how bad his own day was going, he'd always be more than happy to listen to my own problems, giving out any advice he could with his smile that could rival the sun. Before Endeavor changed, before we started becoming a family again. When I'd be forced to do these birthday galas, he'd always have a plan to help me sneak out. A different plan than the one before just in case the previous had been discovered. But they never were. Each year he'd come up with a different plan, when the previous ones worked perfectly. Each year I'd follow the new plan, no matter how convoluted or even nonsensical they became. Because every year, after I told him how well his plan worked, he'd give me that smile. The one I never got to see except for that day. A smile that said he had no doubt it would. That showed, for one single day out of the rest of the miserable year, that he believed in himself just as much as I did. It didn't matter what we did after. Sometimes we'd go to the park, others we'd get ice cream. What was important to me is that I got to spend my birthday with my best friend. But now here I am, surrounded by people who don't care. Who only see this as a convenient event where they can gather and make connections, for their children to make connections. And you must be Shoko Todoroki, the birthday girl. I'm pulled out of my thoughts by a boy my age, dressed just as well as the adults. If you disregard how his ears and nose resemble a bat's, he's kind of plain looking with brown eyes and black hair cut short. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the son of. I don't care. I cut him off, already having him pegged as the most unwelcome kind of person at these events. One of the main reasons I've always tried to sneak out as soon as possible before. He laughs dryly. Of course you don't. As the daughter of such a prestigious family I suppose my own wouldn't garner much attention. He smirks at me. But we have been rising steadily, absorbing our smaller competitors and increasing our profits. Pretty soon we might even rival the Endeavor agency. He laughs again. This time I pick up some mockery in it. Something most people don't realize, just because I don't understand emotions doesn't mean I can't pick up on it. Sometimes. But with this boy it isn't hard. But as I'm reflecting on my emotional acumen, I realize that he's been talking. Though obviously it would be in both of our family's interests to keep good relations. Perhaps I could interest you in getting to know each other better over a nice dinner. I don't let my lips move how they want, holding back the scowl. I absolutely hate it when parents try to push for their kids to start a relationship with me. But I hate it more when self-assured jerks like this one act like it's only right that I should date them. I open my mouth to tell him to leave me alone in a polite way, given the company, but someone else beats me to it. A blonde girl with long flowing hair walks up and loops her arm around my own, looking at the boy with a happy smile. Sorry, but Shoko and I already have plans. In fact, we need to talk about them now, so could you leave us alone? It's more of a demand than a question, and the boy's flabbergasted look tells me that he picked up on that as well. Then his face turns red and he storms off while muttering under his breath. I turn to the girl, raising an eyebrow. She giggles, pulling her arm free. You looked like you needed help. She pauses and taps her chin. Well, not really, but I needed to get you alone for a moment. I sigh, the brief moment of appreciation gone as quickly as it had appeared. My suitors are not limited to the males, and it appears that this girl decided that driving the boy away would help her case. It won't, but now I'm unable to dismiss her without coming off as ungrateful, so I need to let her stay. But to my surprise she just hands me a wrapped present and a letter. Open both of these when you're alone and don't have to go back to anyone. I don't think you'd appreciate the questions. And with a wink and a smile that flashes a sharp canine, she's gone as quick as she appeared. I look down at the present, squeezing lightly. I can tell that it's not heavy, nor is it hard. There are only a few things that it could be, but none that I'd particularly like to have. Nor any that would require the secrecy the girl clearly wants it to have. Shoko. Come meet the Yaoyorozus, they have a daughter who plans to attend UA just like you. I nod absently, tucking the mysterious items away for the moment. I can see what they are after the party. My hands shake as I lower the letter, my head turning to the still wrapped present. Slowly, hesitantly, I reach out. I gently work at the tape, being careful not to rip anything. As the present is slowly revealed I stare at it. Then my eyes refocus on the letter. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. But as I turn back to the dark green bunny that I can tell has been hand-sewn, I can't help the seed of hope that takes root in my heart. Because there's only one person who ever called me that. And they've only done it a few times, when we were alone. We can meet again after you get into UA, Candy Cane Princess. Huh. I blink blankly at the building in front of me, Himi at my side switching between looking at me then the building every few seconds. A bit behind me is one, who has a relieved expression on his face, probably happy that things aren't going to go how he thought they would. Sure, he accepted the invitation to join the league, but despite his first crime being murder, he's not really set on the whole villain shit. That's fine though, he took the first step, now we just have to find what it takes for him to take the plunge. Of course, that doesn't really fix the problem in front of me. See, I had hoped that I would be burning down a building full of people, instead I'm staring at a gate that's been chained shut, detritus littering the grounds beyond it. And resting prime of place is a school building. Specifically Aldera Junior High. With only a week from the entrance exams for high school, I was going to hide gasoline cans all over the building, then create a flaming wall around the school grounds. Then when someone eventually managed to escape, or maybe had more than a single brain cell work for once in their lives and called for help, we'd be waiting, ready to cut the ever so thin string of hope they'd managed to pinch between their fingers and watch it turn into despair, knowing that hope is a lie. There is only the harsh reality of the living world. And really, that's something too many people take for granted. The fact that reality exists. Most of the time they live in their own little worlds where they're convinced that nothing too bad will happen to them. Sure, they know that bad things happen all the time. That at any moment they can lose their life in any number of ways. But knowing is not the same as understanding. That's not why I plan to burn down a school of nearly high schoolers though. I just hate basically everyone who I went to school with. Sure, there were a few people who weren't horrible, and a couple of teachers who actually tried to stop the abuse. Whatever. It's a moot point now since there's nobody here. And judging by the graffiti and broken windows, not to mention how filthy it is, I'd say that it's been closed down for a long while. I sigh. 1. Can you just take the containers inside? Concentrate some of them specifically in classroom 210, I say. He nods, using his power to create a super long piece of gum that he wraps around the cans. Then he makes another that he sticks to the first one and starts to drag them. Obviously he needs to get through the locked gate though, and I'm curious how he'll manage that. After staring at it for a few seconds he smiles, snaps his fingers, and gum in the shape of a key protrudes from the lock. With a quick turn he's trudging his way towards his destination, and I can't help but muse on his quirk. He can make gum, as has already been established. But, while seemingly limitless, there are, in fact, limits. For one, he has to actually think that what he's summoning is gum, which means it needs to be edible, chewable, and must contain the ability to be blown into bubbles. Furthermore, it's not made out of nothing. It actually pulls in certain aspects of the air, or maybe oxygen, in order to manifest. So no summoning gum into a solid brick for whatever reason. It also limits whether or not he can summon gum inside a person. Basically, if their mouth is closed, not enough of whatever his quirk needs enters the body for him to manifest the gum. So if his uncle hadn't been shouting at him, he wouldn't have died. On the plus side though, other than it needing to be classified as gum, he can customize it however he sees fit. Taste, texture, elasticity, chewability, stickiness, moist, dry. The limit for what kinds of gum he can summon are, in fact, nearly limitless. Of course, that still doesn't fix the issue of me not having jerks to burn. Seriously, what happened? I shout. You use Toga here. The sudden voice causes me to whirl around, a knife flickering into hand. But nobody's there. Up here, I hear it again, and I gasp, staring straight up at the clear blue sky above. God. I gasp. Yes. I'm God. The voice deadpans and I nod. Well, you kind of suck, you know that? All the war, famine, and discrimination is a bit much, don't you think? Yep. But that's more of humanity's problem. Don't blame the maker, blame the user. You know who said that? The voice continues before I can answer. A drug dealer who was getting arrested. Fair, I concede. So Himi, you got him yet? Huh? Who's? The voice's confused question is abruptly cut off, presumably by a knife, but hopefully not somewhere lethal. I still have questions. Yeppers, and she's cute too. I chuckle, finally looking over at the light post the voice had been coming from. There I see Himi precariously balanced behind a girl a couple years younger than us. Maybe going on to her second year? If she went to middle school, that is. But judging by how tattered, mismatched, and ragged her clothes are, and the fact that anyone who goes to school would be there given the time, it's safe to assume that she doesn't have an education. A formal one, I mean. So, little probably homeless girl, care to explain why Aldair is abandoned? She shifts uncomfortably, which is fair considering the knife at her throat. Or it could be because for two people to balance on a single lamppost, Himi has one of her legs between both of the girls. And to make it even more awkward, the girl is shorter than her, so she's practically sitting on Himi's leg with her own on either side. School got closed down 'cause of discrimination. Apparently the principal of UA took offense to that and went on a war. Way I heard it, most of the teachers got arrested, some of the students too. Huh. I blink at her as a bead of sweat rolls down her face. How'd something like that happen? It's not like the school was all that noteworthy. She swallows as Himi adjusts her footing, the knife nicking her throat and drawing a droplet of blood. It was something 'bout a death. Kid died, caused a commotion. Don't know nothing more than that. Huh. So, it had something to do with me. I guess that makes sense, what with All Might being my sperm donor. Not to mention that I applied with Izumi and Kachan. Darn, I mutter, kicking at the floor while hanging my head in dejection. I was really looking forward to burning them alive. I sigh before looking back up, signaling Himi that she can put the knife away. She does so as the girl lets out a relieved sigh while holding a hand to her neck, smearing the blood from the small cut. So kid, why ya homeless? Himi asks in a cute voice without getting off the post. She snorts, her earlier sass quickly reasserting itself now that she's not being held at knife point. Born quirkless, she says with her chin raised in challenge. Parents tossed me out on my ass not a week after we found out. I hum in thought, rubbing my chin. You seem awfully calm for someone standing so far off the ground. Especially when you're quirkless and don't have any way to catch yourself. She scowls. Just 'cause I'm quirkless doesn't mean I'm fragile. I ain't never been hurt by a fall and that's not changing today. Really? You spend a lot of time up high, pretending to be God? I ask, curious, to which she shrugs. I like it. Relaxing, safe. Feels like I'm above all the problems I'm stuck with. Don't have to deal with coppers, thugs, other homeless. All of them are just as much to screw me over as the other, just in different ways. But when I'm up high, she gets a distant look in her eyes as she stares ahead, not seeing the dilapidated building in front of her, but something else. Up high I leave my worries down below, and can pretend that they're someone else's worries. Just me and the wind rushing past. She smiles. No better feeling than that. I nod. I can understand a bit of that. though the wind rushing past is an interesting feeling to enjoy. Sounds almost like you enjoy falling. She twitches, her years on the streets having taught her to hold information close to her chest, but evidently still thrown by Himi still being behind her. Not by much, but enough that Himi has no issue pushing her off the lamppost. And judging by the scream that sounds off from the direction of the school, apparently I'm not the only one watching, hey. But despite one's belief that he just watched Himi push a girl to her death, my own belief proves correct. She twists in the air, almost cat-like to land with her feet firmly planted on the ground. Seeing the angry expression on her face as she storms up to me, I smile. Quickly pulling out my phone, I type out 2 coordinates for Kurogiri, hitting send just as the girl's fist makes contact with my jaw. It doesn't hurt though, being this close the signs of malnutrition are clear to see. She's too weak to put any real effort into the blow. Of course, that's not even counting how I'm incapable of feeling pain. Either way, she's unable to resist as I wrap my arms around her, holding her tight against me. As she squirms in a futile attempt to get away, I look at Himi, who has a smile, and one, who's returned and looks worried. Light the fuse and take a video. I want to see how it burns when I come back. Just as I finish speaking, one of Kurogiri's portals opens up in front of me, establishing a connection with the location. Then a second opens, leading to the second pair of coordinates I sent him. The destination I'll be taking Little Miss Orphan to. Or rather, where 2 will be going to. I step forward, letting us drop through. Immediately the school building and the apartment blocks across from it are replaced by clear blue skies, the only clouds far in the distance. Then the rushing wind starts up as we fall through the sky, our clothes getting torn from the air pressure the longer we fall. It doesn't bother me though, and from her previous words I didn't think that 2 would care much either. Guess there's a big difference between falling from something along the lines of 2 or 3 stories tall and falling from high up in the sky. But that's just semantics. As we fall, I consider the risk that I'm taking. Sure, if I'm right, then we won't have to do random tests on every quirkless person we find. I'm sure that one would have appreciated it if we did focused testing instead of throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him. See, I think that for a quirkless person, their personalities are shaped by their quirks. Or maybe it's the other way around, personalities shaping quirks. It's not like people understand everything about quirks anyways, so my guess is as good as any. It takes a few minutes, but eventually we see a flash of light, one that steadily grows larger the closer we get. Though, I seem to have made a miscalculation. Instead of falling straight down, the wind's direction has changed, which redirects our course. We're heading straight to the blaze as it works to consume the school. I can tell that I'm going to hit the floor first, and I feel a sharp stab of disappointment that I won't be able to observe the effects in person. Oh well, Himi knows what to do. And the next thing I know is that I'm in front of receptionist, not even having felt the impact. I smile at her, crossing one leg above the other. So, I think I've found a new recruit. One immune to fall damage. She just looks at me for a moment before sighing, leaning back in her chair as she steeples her fingers. Go on, then, she says with much put upon airs. Tell me all about your new friend. Trigger warning. Self-harm. 1. Izumi. Several hours ago, a mysterious fire suddenly engulfed the previously shut-down school known as Aldera Junior High. Not long after that, before the fire department or any heroes could even be mobilized, the area was rocked by a sudden earthquake. Thankfully, damage was kept to a minimum and no one was hurt. Though the fact that it was, once again, centered upon the abandoned school which collapsed has concerned citizens asking if there might be more to the 2 events. For those unaware, it was nearly 10 months ago that the school came under investigation for promoting quirk discrimination, as well as actively encouraging the young minds housed within towards actions that would lead them to villainy. The one who instigated this investigation was none other than the principal of the prestigious Uwa High, the #1 hero school in the world. When asked for comments, Mr. Nezu refused, stating that it would be best to let the professionals handle the investigation. But speculation has been running rampant. Was this a statement, or perhaps villains had claimed the site as a hideout? Had this abandoned place of learning turned into the den of a mad scientist who perished after his experiment failed with explosive consequences? When we find out more, our viewers will be the first to know. This is Ryoko Majaham, ensuring you know what. I turn off the TV now that the interesting parts are over. This news station is pretty popular, and they usually cover weird events that heroes aren't involved in. That might make them less popular than the hero-centric channels, but it definitely helps anyone who's more concerned with staying safe than heroes keeping them safe. I sigh, turning back to my computer. I'm not sad or anything about what happened to Aldera. Looking back at it with some perspective, it was a horrible place that encouraged a discriminatory mindset. The way Bakugo and my quirks were praised as being hero material while most of the others were disregarded as being suitable for everyone else. That's not even mentioning how nearly everyone bent over backwards for Shoko since her father's endeavor. Really, I'm glad it's gone. Anytime I passed by it, it always felt like it was watching me. Reminding me of what I did, who I was. I've become a better person now. I know I have, but every time I caught a glimpse of that building, every time I thought of it, I heard the voice talking to me, taunting me. It always asked if I had really improved. If I truly regretted what I did. And it would not shut up. I found a way to keep it quiet though. And as a plus, I found it relaxing as well. I didn't think I would, and the first time I did it was, well, not an accident since I did it on purpose. But I wasn't thinking when it happened. I was just listening to a stream of judgment and vitriol fill my head, and then I take a deep breath with my eyes closed, throwing the thought away. It doesn't matter how I started, what matters is that it works. I look around my room, taking in how, while I've changed, for the most part my room hasn't. There's still a bunch of weights lined up against one wall, though I have been trading the lighter ones in for heavier ones as I've trained my quirk. I took down the All Might posters I used to have. I just can't look at Dad's smile when he looks like that without thinking of what he could have done for Izuku. Instead I've replaced them with mental health posters my therapist said would be good for me. I haven't told her about the voice though. It just seems too personal to share. I know that she can't help if I don't tell her, but what I've been doing has been working to keep it quiet. And really, it's just a manifestation of my own negativity, so once I start feeling positive it will go away. I sigh again, reluctantly turning back to the computer. I know that I'm just trying to put it off, but I really don't want her to ask about Izuku. We might not have visited all that often, but we did always make sure that we would stay in touch. Though I haven't called since that. My hand starts to shake so I take a deep breath, hold it for 5 seconds, then let it out slowly. You are a better person. Guilt over your actions is proof that you aren't the same as you were before. I repeat the process, the breaths and self-encouragement, until my hand stops, causing me to let out a final relieved breath. The voice didn't even chime in to discourage me this time. With a resigned swallow, I manipulate my computer mouse and type away at the keyboard until I get to the site I need to go. I send her a request, silently hoping that she won't be at her computer to accept. Or that she left her phone somewhere and will miss it, letting me get away with an, oh well, I tried. But I'm not that lucky as the video screen changes from the black, inactive, to a live stream of the person I called. She has blown out, long blonde hair, some of which drapes over her shoulders. It frames a face that I have no problem admitting is pretty since I'm confident in my own looks. A pair of glasses help to highlight her deep blue eyes that light up in happiness upon seeing me, though she quickly pouts. Izumi, it's been too long. You didn't even call to wish me happy birthday. I chuckle, scratching my cheek. Yeah, sorry about that, Melissa. Things have been kind of hectic around here for the past year. Her previous mock anger is quickly dispelled by her concern. Really, a whole year of troubles. Is there anything me and my dad could do? Do you need us to fly over? We can be on the next flight out if you need. I smile warmly, reassuring my cousin that everything's okay. Don't worry, it's been over for a while. It's just the after effects have taken some time to settle down. But it means a lot that you're so quick to offer. Really, I mean that. She doesn't look convinced. Well, if you say so. Just remember that you can rely on me. It's a shield's duty to make sure you Yagas are protected from all the trouble you get involved in. I chuckle at the motto Melissa Shield, daughter of the famous David Shield, has adopted. Hey now, it's not our fault. It's the curse of the Yagi bloodline. I never really understood how Dad knew David Shield, All Might's personal support specialist. After finding out about his identity though, it suddenly all made sense. Another example of what perspective can do. She snorts. Yeah, blame it all on the curse. Beware of the curse. She smiles. But I'm really glad that Uncle might finally told you about who he is. I never understood why he didn't. She half asks half says. I shrug. Being the symbol of peace paints a target on your back. He said he didn't want to put us in the line of fire for villains looking to hurt him that way. But the villains wouldn't know about you, you would know about him, she points out. Yeah, his logic didn't make sense to me either, I concede, getting a laugh from her. At least I don't have to watch what I say anymore. It was really awkward when you and Izuku would start talking about All Might like he wasn't your dad and he was right next to us. A pang shoots through my heart at the reminder. Like the safe space I had thought his room was, I would always make sure to leave him alone whenever we went to visit the Shields. They were the only trips that our parents remembered to take him on, and I wasn't about to ruin them for him. Even when I was mired in the deepest parts of my idiocy, I could still see how much he needed those infrequent breaks from our home city. The only times I ever saw him come close to the levels of happiness he had on those trips was when he was with Shoko. But they were always tinged with worry, and when me and Bakugo would show up it would turn into resignation as his eyes dimmed. So, has anything interesting happened? The entrance exam for UA is right around the corner, right? I'm pulled from my thoughts by Melissa's question. There's the obvious, and what happened to Aldera back around noon? But I can't tell her about anything relating to Izuku. Luckily there is one occurrence I can say that has no connection to him whatsoever. And it was really weird too. Yeah, it is. And, well, a few months back, a bit before Christmas, the pro-hero Endeavor was patrolling along his usual route when an absolute flood of water poured down on him. It wasn't raining or anything, it just came out of nowhere. Luckily he wasn't in the middle of a fight or something, but it was super weird. Nothing else even happened, and it stopped as suddenly as it appeared. 1. I shake my head. There was no explanation from anyone, and they never found the person responsible, so it was eventually chalked up to a random quirk accident. I chuckle. The pictures that got taken are pretty funny though. Want one? I offer, but to my surprise she frowns. I wonder how Todoroki felt about that. She muses quietly to herself, but not quiet enough that her microphone can't pick up on it. The wonders of more advanced technology. I snark in my head, though it's vastly overpowered by the surprise of her knowing Endeavor's daughter. Or maybe she knows one of her siblings. You know Todoroki. Shoko Todoroki. I ask for confirmation, getting a nod in reply. Yeah, Izuku talked about her all the time whenever he called. Though he hasn't called in just as long as you, she pouts with puffed up cheeks. Really, it feels like the two of you have forgotten about me. Why yeah, sorry about that. I stammer out looking away guiltily. I didn't have the nerve to tell her. I still don't. That's why I haven't called her in so long. I only even managed to text her a week ago to arrange a time for the call and to ask if she knew about Dad's two forms. She does, but it's evident she hasn't realized what they mean. To her, his quirk just transforms his body when he activates it. She doesn't know about One for All, or about my dad's injury limiting his hero time. Izumi. The sudden seriousness in her voice causes me to jolt upright, all previous thoughts banished as I meet her piercing stare. Did something happen with Izuku? You stuttered the moment I said his name. I look away, not wanting to lie while looking her in the eyes. And no, I'm stuttering because I have a crush on Todoroki. I don't even have to look at her to know the deadpan expression on her face. But I refuse to look at her and eventually she sighs. Fine, don't tell me, she says, clearly dissatisfied. But just remember, even though the two of you aren't close, you're still twins. That's like a sibling bond jumped up to 11. Even if the two of you are fighting right now, you still need to have each other's backs. A lump forms in my throat. It's getting harder to breathe, to move. The most I manage to do is a single jerky nod. It's enough. She sighs. I have to go, I need to get my school project done. Just keep in mind what I said. I don't answer. My mind completely focused on the task I've set it on as the voice rings in my head like a church bell, saying it's all my fault. After another sigh and wishing me luck with Ua, she turns off the call, and I don't have to be careful anymore. I pull hard on my telekinesis as the object I was slowly floating towards me shoots forward. I grab it with trembling fingers as I switch my quirk's focus. Or rather what I'm going to focus it on. I scramble at the edge of my pants, frantically pulling them down as fast as I can as the voice gets louder. Once they're past my thigh, I bring my hand down, the object shaking as I press it against my skin. I let out a slow, shaky breath, drawing the razor across my skin as I do. Once I run out of air in my lungs, I stop the cut, a fresh bright line having been added to the myriad of faded and not so faded ones crossing down my leg. 2. I'm sorry, I whisper as the voice lowers its volume. Another slice. I'm sorry. Quieter. I'm sorry. Slice. Quieter. I'm sorry. Slice. Quieter. I'm sorry. Slice. Quiet. I'm sorry. Slice. Quiet. I'm sorry. Slice. Quiet. I go to make another slice only to realize the voice is gone. It's not accusing me, not telling me what I already know. It's quiet, blessedly silent in my own head. 1. I look down at the additional cuts. 7 new ones. Though my leg is clean of blood, my telekinesis having done the job of pulling the blood free before it could flow too far, as well as pinching the edges of the cuts closed to stop them from bleeding further. I take a deep breath as I gingerly pull my pants back up, keeping the focus of my quirk on its task. By the time I get ready for bed, the cuts will have healed over enough that they won't bleed while I sleep. And if I have another nightmare and they open again, well, I think as I take the floating blood to the open window and send it out and down to water the tree in the backyard. It's just some more quirk training for my fine control. No. Oh, come on, please. You're basically the Santa of the League anyways. I clasp my hands and close my eyes, tilting my head in that way Himi tells me ups my adorable factor by 7. It is undignified, juvenile, and beneath me. All for one rejects me once again. 1. It'll make Tamura happy, I say with sudden seriousness as I open my eyes, watching the minute movements of his scar tissue trying to make the motions that have since become impossible for him. Oh, he asks, and with that I know that there's at least a small chance of him going along with my request. I nod. Usually the most interactions the two of you have are talking over the TV, right? Getting a nod back, I continue. Well, isn't that too impartial? You decided to retire and truly make him your replacement. No matter who you are, what your quirk is, or how old you are, there's always a tell. Sometimes it's a muscle twitch. Others a familiar or relaxing motion. Maybe an itch. It doesn't matter. Even people who have trained themselves not to have a tell, simply develop more subtle ones. AFO's tell doesn't even last for half a second at my words. It's not obvious either. Practically nobody would even notice it. It's a good thing that I'm not a nobody anymore. When I mention him making Tamura his replacement, for the briefest fraction of a second, he stills. Something about that comment resonated with him, and not in a good way. But I'm fairly certain that he doesn't mean Tamura any harm. Not because he's his father figure. I've experienced enough of that to know how little protection familial bonds are. It's because the few times I've seen them together, they both relax. They're happy to be in each other's presence. It wasn't like that the first time for AFO, but something changed for him. They care for each other, even if it doesn't get said. But I suppose that isn't any of my business. Whatever they have between them is for them alone. But that doesn't mean you need to stay out of his life. I continue my previous assertion, tossing my musings to the back of my mind. I wish for Tamura to carve his own path through villainy, with the League of Villains supporting him. If I were to maintain a closer presence, he would consistently be attempting to make decisions that he believes would best please me. Not what he believes would further his own goals. I shrug, texting Kurogiri to drop a portal. Maybe, I say as the swirling darkness appears behind me. I turn around, throwing some last few words over my shoulders as I'm engulfed in the void. But I'm a prime example of what could happen if your parents aren't involved in your life. Don't make the same mistake with your son. 1. Single quote, comma, single quote. It's present time. Presents. I chuckle at Himi matching my yell with one of her own, Shigaraki grumbling while seated at the bar with a Santa hat on his head. Since it's Christmas, it was decided that today is going to be a pajama day. Apparently Shigi just wears his normal clothes when he sleeps though, so he was sentenced to the hat. Even Kurogiri joined in on the festivities and is wearing a set of white silk pajamas with purple polka dots. He's also holding a sleeping cap, but can he even wear it? Himi doesn't really have pajamas, usually she sleeps naked. Then again that could also be my fault. Not much point in buying something to sleep in if both of us are too dirty to put them on. Thankfully I stopped her from going down like that today. Instead she's wearing a pair of pajamas styled after my Midosagi jacket. In onesie form. So adorable. As for myself, I'm in baggy dark green pants with snowflakes and a red Christmas sweater. I did invite one to join us for today, but he said that he just wants to process. Bah, he can be a Scrooge if he wants. For now, presents. Let's start off with Kurogiri's. I exclaim and immediately get grumblings from Shigaraki. But I'm the leader. I should get to open mine first. I huff at him and cross my arms. We both know that the moment you get a new video game you'll immediately start playing it. He avoids meeting my eyes and I roll them. Besides, with how much Momogiri does first they should clearly be first. He still grumbles under his breath but accepts my reasoning. I pile the 3 presents for Kurogiri in front of him, one from each of us. I thank you for the privilege of unwrapping my presents first, as well as including me in the festivities. He reaches for the present on top and I see Shigi perk up a bit as his muttered grumbling. I'm pretty sure that he was literally just saying, grumble, and mutter, over and over comes to a stop. Must be his present. Good pick Momogiri. He would have dusted something if his wasn't first. Gently disassembling the paper, air freshener, is slowly unwrapped. You're always wearing suits, Shigi starts to explain. And since suits need more care than regular clothes, I figured a steamer would make cleaning them a bit easier. Thank you, Tamura Shigaraki. It is a thoughtful gift. The corners of his eyes turning upwards. Shigi turns away, and I overhear him muttering something about events like these not being so bad. My present is next, and what's revealed is a traveling bartender kit. I figured that since you like bartending so much, having a little piece of home when you travel would be nice. I thank you, Midosagi. I do enjoy attending to the bar. He tilts his mist at me and I smile back. Finally it's time for Himi's gift for him, though she's pouting for some reason. Why didn't anyone tell me we were keeping his presents on the bartender theme? Mine doesn't fit that at all. That gets a round of chuckles out of the rest of us, and my curiosity grows. What could she have gotten him if it's not bartender-like? It's not like he does much else that I know of. After unwrapping her present he reveals a gun. We all give Himi a look. She gets an offended expression for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, you should see your faces. He. No, here's his real present. She tugs at the collar for her onesie and reaches inside, pulling out a sign with some rope. Be patient, even toilets can only service one asshole at a time. Shigi reads aloud, and I can't help but facepalm at the joke. Before I can smack Himi on the back of the head for it though a knock reverberates throughout the room. We all exchange looks of confusion before focusing on the door it came from. The door to the bar's storage room. Ho ho ho. A forced jolly laugh comes from behind it before it opens. And from behind it comes, I have come to deliver presents to the powerful villains that make up the League of Villains. All for one. Dressed in a Santa costume with the hat pulled low to cover up his lack of eyes and carrying a large sack on his back. 2. Sensei. Tamura blinks at him as if he can't believe what he's seeing. Indeed, Tamura, now that you are coming into your own as a villain, have recruited allies to your organization, I believe we can have a more lax relationship. There's a bit of strain when he speaks, clearly he can't stay for too long. But the expression on Tamura's face. It's like this is the first Christmas he's ever had. I slide up next to him and give him a one-armed side hug. Merry Christmas, Tamura. I hope you enjoy the best gift of all. A family that cares. 1. Single quote, single quote. Izumi. Christmas spirit is clearly shown in the house, practically every part of it being decked out in decorations, and a not insignificant amount of presents under the tree. Nothing was said, but we all came to an understanding that today, of all days, we would be a family. We get excited over the presents we got for each other. We binge on fun Christmas movies. We meet up with Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru, who were sad because Bakugo ran off saying that he'd be back for dinner. 1. I'm not upset that I'm not hanging out with him, but I am angry at him for not spending the day with his family, like Christmas is supposed to be about. And at the end of the day, after saying goodbye to them and having a nice, big, Christmas dinner, I sit on my knees in my room in front of a small shrine. I light the incense and clap twice, praying that Izuku is happy. Apologizing again. I go to bed, leaving a notebook in front of the shrine for him. You are attending the entrance exam for UA High School. Kurogiri's bright yellow eyes vanish for a moment as he blinks. Probably from surprise, or he might have just gotten dust in them. Yep, I nod with a happy smile on my face, knowing that my lack of elaboration would annoy him. With a sigh he continues the game. Why do you wish to attend the exam for a hero school? And will it lead to any problems for the League of Villains? I think about that for a moment. On one hand, a villain though I'm not stupid, obviously I'm not going to wear my villain outfit. Boldly walking into a hero school is bad on so many levels. On the other, nope, I'm going to have fun, not to hunt or cause the hero's problems. I rethink that last part for a moment. Quote. I mean, there probably will be problems for them, but it's not the express reason I'm going. He stares at me for a few seconds before sighing tiredly. That reminds me, does he get vacation time? He's always either standing at the bar, cleaning up the base per bar, or running errands for whoever. But, theoretically, if he ever went on vacation and left the league for some length of time, what would happen? Kurogiri looks at the crater that used to be the base. He asks a passing passerby before he can pass about what had passed. Well, blood flowed out of all the windows, so someone called the heroes. Then enough body parts to fill a morgue got thrown out of the windows, and, again, heroes were called. But when they all got here the entire building turned to dust. Then a giant bubble appeared so All Might punched it. It popped, and that's how the crater happened. And the people inside? Kurogiri asks. No idea. Nah, it wouldn't be as bad as all that. Probably. A tap on my forehead pulls me out of my theorizing. In front of me is Kurogiri holding out a Mirko-themed lunchbox, so I slap a hand to my forehead. Darn it, I keep forgetting to hunt down Mirko for some tests. I move to the center of the floor and pry open a trapdoor, poking my head down to shout. 1. Schedule a hunt on Mirko for me sometime soon. I'm not your secretary, or a nurse. Do it yourself and get someone else to take care of this girl. Someone sane. I chuckle as I pull out a rarity, I know, and let the door fall shut. Yeah, that's not happening. Who is it that one is taking care of? Well, that would be our newest recruit, who just so happens to also be the reason why Himi isn't around and why I'm bored. I was right about 2 being immune to fall damage, something that Shigi happily tapped his feet to when I told him, but the problem is that she didn't just fall. She fell into a school that was on fire. Really? Who would throw some random middle schooler but not really into a blazing building? The people in this world have no shame. Or would that be honor? Morals? Whatever you'd refer to it as, the end result is the same. Our newest recruit has been relegated to bed rest in the underground clinic we have. And also unconsciousness. When did we get a clinic? When I had Kurogiri portal a bunch of medical stuff inside the testing room where we'd originally stuck one. He was so happy to be the one to keep her company down there that he fainted from happiness. 1. Unfortunately, Kurogiri refused to just portal enough medicine to last her full recovery into the room. Something about how what she needs would expire before she gets back to full health. PFT, expiration dates are just recommendations. I took expired medicine all the time and only occasionally experienced minor hallucinations. Seeing a girl with a bow in her hair punching a book ghost in the face isn't a problem. She even waved to me. But since everyone else disagreed, Himi is impersonating a nurse at a hospital for a while to get the stuff 2 needs. Bonus for her, she gets to raid their blood supply. Detriment to me, no snuggles until she gets back. Anyways, thanks for the lunch, Momogiri. I accept the lunchbox from a Kurogiri with one hand on his hip who is looking at me with narrowed eyes. Since he seems annoyed with me for some reason, I make sure to use his nickname and give him a peck on the cheek. Side of his mist. Close enough. Hope it wasn't actually his lips that I kissed. That would be awkward. Rushing out the door, I shout over my shoulder, I'll be back either tonight or tomorrow, a week at the latest. I let the door slam behind me as I rush to catch the train. Sure, I could have asked Kurguri to send me there, but then the carefully crafted identity I sent to the school for my application would be ruined. The application has my name being Whatifdeku, and my quirk is infinite stamina. 3. Kurogiri watches the mad lad dash out the door, too shocked to move from where he is standing. His mind seems to have frozen, unable to process what just happened. Slowly, his hand rises to touch the spot where the young villain had kissed him, like a child would their mother. He had not realized that the boy truly saw him as such, rather than it just being a nickname. An unfamiliar feeling begins to grow inside of him, a peculiarity given his inability to feel true emotions. All that he has felt before have simply been simulated in order to build a sense of camaraderie with his charge and those who joined the League of Villains. But now he is truly feeling something, and he does not know what to think about it. Should he report the development to All for One? Perhaps Dr. Garaki. He believes that he should, to ensure that there is not something wrong with him. But he does not wish to. Another peculiarity, but one he believes that he will indulge in. And so he returns to his usual spot behind the bar, polishing an already clean glass as he waits for any potential customers, or for Tamura Shigaraki to have need of him. But the entire time he examines the new feeling inside of him, eventually realizing what it is. Happiness. 1. I whistle seeing how big the school is. Someone's compensating for something, probably Kachan, I muse to myself as I make my way to the auditorium. For some reason I trip on nothing and start to fall. Maybe another applicant is using their quirk to sabotage people to make themselves feel better about their chances. I could do it now, but it wouldn't have as big an impact. Before I can hit the ground and decide whether or not to do what I came here to, I feel myself stop. More than that, I can feel my sense of equilibrium taking a ride on a gyrosphere. A slow one though, so I'm in no danger of throwing up. Sorry that I used my quirk on you without asking, a bubbly voice next to me says, and I feel myself being put upright. I look to the side and see a girl with chubby cheeks and a perpetual blush framed by a bob of brown hair. She taps her fingers together and I feel my weight return to normal. I figured that it's bad luck to fall before the exam, she says with a smile, trying to hide her own nerves. I nod. Maybe. But hey, I'm here to have fun. Can't let a little thing like bad luck get in my way, now can I? She looks surprised for a moment before smiling brightly and hopping a bit. Could this girl be one of my people? You're right. We should have confidence in ourselves and not let the exam stress us out. She pumps her arm before charging towards the doors. Let's go. I chuckle as I charge along with her. She seems bubbly and easygoing, but that bit where she just read too much into what I said reminds me of myself with quirks. Maybe we can be friends. Single quote. The written part of the exam goes by in a flash and I meet back up with the girl from the gate as we make our way to the practical portion where we separate, and finally introduce ourselves as we part. I'm Ochako Uraraka, it was nice meeting you. I smile and wave before turning away. Call me Whatifdeku. It was nice meeting you too. 3. Once I take my seat I can see that the girl is still standing by the door, her hand raised with a blank look in her eyes. It's not until the next person walks in that she seems to restart, her face turning scarlet and her legs moving like tires to get her to her seat, where she promptly slams her face onto the table. Yeah, she's a fun one. It doesn't take long for all the seats to be filled up, and I have to hold myself back from stabbing someone as the seat next to me is taken. Specifically the person who takes the seat. Izumi. Fucking. Yagi. I look at the ground between my legs. Why, receptionist? Why do you punish me so? Don't you mean Satan? And isn't it usually God? She asks me with a tired voice. I shrug. Usually, yeah, but I've been down there and the receptionist handles everything. She chuckles dryly. Yeah, must get pretty busy down there, guess. Out. I don't quite catch the last part she mutters as she lays her head in her arms, and I take the opportunity to take a closer look at her. This isn't the same bully I remember. And why can I talk to her? I'm literally one rude comment away from stabbing her, but I'm talking to her normally. What the hell? Her hair is disheveled, and I can see a few spots where it's clumped together. I don't recognize her uniform, which makes sense since Aldera closed down. I can't see her face with how she's put her head down, but if her voice is anything to go by, it's probably in rough shape too. What happened? It couldn't be about me. She was probably just sad that her training victim wasn't around anymore. So what could it be? Before I can wonder about it further, the proctor for the exam slides in on his knees with his head thrown back to face the ceiling. Hello UA candidates. Let me hear some of that excitement. I roar so loud that I damage my vocal cords a bit, which will mess with how I sound. Just a bit of extra insurance in case Izumi starts paying attention. Which she probably will, given the way she jumps and starts to glow as she floats a bit away from me. I see she's picked up some new tricks. 1. The guy on my other side doesn't have as convenient a way to get away from my exuberant shout and ends up just falling out of his chair as he tries scrambling away. The proctor, who I've identified as the pro hero present Mike, leaps to his feet and points at me with both hands. Hell yeah, that's the kind of excitement I want to see. Heroes gotta be loud, gotta be seen. Hearing his explanation, the two take their seats once more, giving me wary looks as they do. Now let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down. Are you ready, kids? 3. This time there are a few scattered cheers, though not nearly to the level of mine, though one pink girl shouting about him being a captain comes close, which damages my vocal cords even further. It's a good thing I don't plan to live through the day. He explains how we'll be fighting robots worth different points, but gets interrupted. Pardon me, but you stated that there are 3 robots while the printouts handed out claim there are 4. We are exemplary students, we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this is unacceptable. Mr. Impatient Silver Spoon then whirls around and points at me. I feel like I've gotten that more than usual today. Maybe it's a new fad. Don't pick up on those too much, living in a villain lair and such. As for you, while we are all excited for the chance to apply, that is no excuse for such excessively loud responses. Think of the other applicants. He chops his hand rapidly with the last admonishment, and I pretend to think about it for a moment before standing up, my disguise shown off to all. Which basically amounts to dyeing my hair blue and putting an orange streak in it. I also have a replica of my usual mask on since there are other people wearing masks as well. You know, I have a way for you to help me decide on the perfect volume. If you're interested. I raise an inquisitive eyebrow, getting a firm nod back. That would be satisfactory, but for now, he whirls back to face present Mike. Sir, the printouts. The 4th villain is worth 0 points. You can fight it if you want, but there's really no point given that, again, it is worth 0 points. There's a few mutterings about how the exam is just like a video game, and for a brief moment I wonder if I should have brought Shiggy. But I have my own stuff to do, and he'd probably just go on a killing spree for bonus points, or as a secret level. 1. I'll leave you with a tasty soundbite before you go. As Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, so too does a certain hero who absolutely hates the media's attention. As we file out of the auditorium and to a line of buses waiting for us, I can't help but wonder which hero he could have been talking about. Observation room. Aizawa stares down at the paper in his hand with a twitching eyebrow. He looks up and stares at Nezu. He looks back down at the paper. Then back at Nezu. He sighs before deciding to bite the bullet and ask. Please tell me this is some kind of a joke. This kid is so obviously suspicious that it hurts. He gets a chuckle in reply. Now, Aizawa. One should not discount a potential student simply because their parents granted them a unique name. Why, their quirk would be well suited to heroics as well. Aizawa just deadpans at him. You do remember that you made the entire school watch everything made by Monty Python after Mike played a strip of the Holy Grail during lunch back when we were attending. 2. Nezu sips his tea. Why, yes, I do remember that quite well. There's silence as Aizawa tries to glare a hole in the rat's head. When that doesn't work, he sighs. I don't know what you're planning by letting this kid take the exam. Just remember that we're not only teachers, we're also heroes. Indeed, Nezu smirks with amusement in his voice. That is exactly what I am counting on. Single quote, comma, single quote. Man, that test was easy. I slouch down in my seat on the bus, resting my feet on the one in front of me. It's not like there's someone there to complain anyways. Unless you're a girl, put your feet down. I blink in surprise before getting up and peering over the seat. Apparently there is already someone sitting in front of me. A midget, a munchkin, a fruit, a grape. I question. I'm a person. They screech at me, causing heads to turn towards us. I roll my eyes. No duh, I scoff. I was talking about your hair. But with how you just randomly insisted that you're a person, now I'm wondering if you're just an illusion made by someone's quirk. My eyes narrow in suspicion. I mean, this is an exam for all of us going to high school. But you barely look like a primary schooler. I'm real, damn it. The grape stands on his seat and turns to shout into my face with a vein popping on his forehead, spittle flying. With a grimace of disgust I wipe it off. Nasty. Guess that does prove you're real though. I act as if a thought suddenly strikes me. Oh, to make up for it, how about we introduce ourselves? You can call me Biggest Dickus, and I don't really want to become a hero. I'm just taking this test to have some fun and kill time. He smirks at me for some reason. Ha, that's so dumb. All of it. My name is way better, and so is my goal. He takes a pose, hands on his hips and thrusting his chin out proudly. I'm Minoru Mineta, and I'm going to be a hero who gets all the girls fawning over him. I'll have my pick of the chicks. 1. I nod understandingly, taking out my phone and making a note on my to-do list. I doubt I'll ever meet this kid again, so I probably won't get a chance for it to become useful. But hey, Himi and I will still have fun doing it. Cool, cool. Too bad for you that my girlfriend is 100% better than any girl that would ever be interested in you. Oh, and my name. I give him a wink before dropping back into my seat and crossing my arms behind my head. Let's just say that names reflect the person. I ignore his attempts to try and insult me, mainly calling me a liar and saying that he'll get way more and better girls than I have. Insulting me, I'm used to it, not a problem. Insulting him, what I marked down was more of a, if it pops up, thing before, but now I'm absolutely going to do it. And take pictures. Either way, if he doesn't shut his mouth soon, I'm going to punt his little purple butt straight out the window. Luckily for him, the bus arrives at our destination quickly and everyone starts to depart. Except that the midget is still in his seat, leaning his head into the walkway and staring at the girls behind. So I decide to ignore him, it's not like I'm a hero or something, and leave. It feels like my knee hits something though. Hard, but I don't see anything, so I keep walking. I also don't hear the muffled thump of something small hitting the floor. I step off the bus with a nice stretch in the sun, some of the girls who got off before me shooting me grateful looks and smiles for some reason. Who knows what that's about? I guess I can get a quickie in during the exam if any of them ask and Himi responds to the text I just sent her. It'll tank their chances of passing if they can't walk though. But it wouldn't be my problem. Anyways, it looks like that fun girl is here, oh, and having a mini panic attack. I'm good at those. Maybe I'm also good at getting through them. That's up for debate, but before I can make my way over to her in order to find the answer to that question, I feel a hand clamp down on my shoulder. Turning, I see that same blue-haired glasses guy from the auditorium. I smile at him as he frowns at me with a harsh glare in his eyes. That girl looks like she's trying to focus on the exam. Are you planning to go over there and distract her, ruining her chances to pass? The smile doesn't leave my face. Wanna help me find the perfect volume? A look of confusion crosses his face. Seems like he forgot about what I said before. That's okay, as long as he's standing here he can still help. I pull my leg back, then swing it forward with a decent amount of force. I'm not killing anyone during the exam, and that's probably what would have happened if I kicked him as hard as I could. I think I feel something pop, but it could just be my imagination. Doesn't really matter though, as he gives a high-pitched scream and crumbles to his knees, clutching his crotch. I lean over to look down at him, still with a smile on my face. So, That's how loud I should be. But isn't that even louder than I was though? Maybe we should retest it. But before I can act like I'm going to do it again, Present Mike's loud voice echoes over us, along with the doors grinding open. Go, G.O., go. There are no countdowns in real life. There's a moment of silence before there's a mad dash through the doors. I give the downed guy a considering look before turning away and jogging through the doors and into a fake city. Well, fake in that nobody lives here. Other than the teens and robots rampaging around, it looks just like a regular city. As I look for some non-destroyed robots away from the entrance gate, Present Mike's voice rings out again. And this is just a reminder, not aimed at anyone in particular, just in general, but attacking the other participants is not allowed. And will result in an automatic fail. Wow, someone attacked one of the other applicants. Aren't they all applying for the hero course? What kind of backwards thinking idiot? No, it was probably Kachan. Never mind. 1. Chuckling at the thought of Kachan failing the test because of his short temper. Even if I know he's not stupid enough to ignore the clearly stated warning, I finally come across my first active robot. A 2-pointer. Kind of looks like it was broadly modeled after a scorpion. But how does it attack? I wonder out loud as it stomps towards me. From what I saw of the wrecks I passed, the 1-pointers have guns with rubber bullets and the 3-pointers have weak missiles. But there's nothing obvious on Woe. I jump back as the robot's tail points at me and extends, piercing deeply into the ground where I was just standing. I stare at it with my mouth open as the tail retracts back to the bot, the protective plates once again becoming interlocked. The 1-pointers do shoot rubber bullets, right? Either way, you picked a fight with the wrong guy. I shout as I charge forward, my knife sliding into my hand as I flick my wrist. Its tail extends again, though this time it's aimed higher. Probably to account for the possibility of me jumping back to avoid it. Too bad the extra height means that I can just duck under it. As it passes overhead, I swing my knife in an arc, watching as it slides into the gap between the armor and cleanly cuts through the internal components. As half its tail falls to the ground behind me, I can't help but wonder how shoddily these things are made if such a weak attack could completely sever it. Single quote, comma, single quote. Did he just cut through the tail? Midnight looks around the room to make sure she's not seeing things, but her colleague's nods assure her that her eyes are working. But, isn't there an iron core for the tails? Vlad King asks to clarify, since he isn't too familiar with how the robots function. It's more complicated than that, Power Loader scoffs, only to reluctantly concede. But the core is as strong as iron, so he shouldn't have been able to just cut through it. How interesting, Nezu says while sipping his tea. Single quote, comma, single quote. With its tail damaged, the robot charges at me, trying to trample me. So I leap, grabbing onto its long neck and swinging myself on top of its head and bury my knife into the red orb that makes up its eye. There's a moment where it freezes, then it falls to the floor in a cacophony of metal. That was easier than I thought it would be. I shrug it off the same way I jump off of the robot. Well, let's go look for a good opportunity. Single quote, comma, single quote. After some time killing, destroying robots and seeing the interesting quirks of the applicants, I still haven't found a good opportunity. Seriously, how am I supposed to make an impact but still get away if all the robots go down to a knife in the eye? I've gotten, like, 20 points, and I'm not even trying to find them. I'm pulled out of my mental rant by the ground shaking and the sound of buildings toppling. I look over in that direction and see an absolutely massive robot. That must be the 0-pointer. I've killed each of the others already. With everyone rushing to get away from it, it makes it a bit of a hassle to rush closer. But it gets people to start paying attention to me. That's at least part of what I wanted to do getting done. As I get closer, my eyes fall on some fallen rubble, or more accurately under it, on Uraraka, who seems to be trapped. Obviously I rush over, taking in her shocked face. And then I lightly chop her head. With the side of my hand, I mean. Not the knife in my other one. Did you forget about your quirk? Just touch it, I shout at her. I am. She shouts back, pain in her voice, and proceeds to do just that in pushing the floating rubble away from her. Guess the rubble just barely fell on her as I was approaching. But then she makes a choking noise and holds a hand to her mouth. I'm intimately familiar with the signs of holding yourself back from vomiting, though mine was usually pain-induced, so I know that she's right on the verge of spewing chunks. Consequences of overusing her quirk. Judging by how her ankle is twisted around, she won't be walking anytime soon. I look at her. I look at the 0-pointer. I look back. I nod. Hey, Uraraka. She must be able to hear the seriousness in my voice because she forces herself to swallow down the rising bile and look at me. In case something happens, I have a message I want you to give to someone. If you see them at UA. What are you talking about? She stumbles a bit on her words, swallowing again as her lunch tries to take advantage and resurface. I ignore her question. I give her the message. I ignore her open-mouthed stare and walk past her, towards the 0-pointer. She calls out to me, the sound of retching quickly following, proving that it was a mistake on her part. I look up at the 0-pointer and smile. Well then, this seems like it will be suitably dramatic and eye-catching. I chuckle. Let's see how UA handles the backlash from the death of one of their applicants. I blink and tilt my head thoughtfully. I guess they were right. I charge forward with a wide smile, splitting my face in half, blood dripping from the corners where the skin is being forced to stretch past its breaking point. I will die in the exam. Single quote, single quote. I wake up in darkness, faint light poking through what looks like a large hole. I dust myself off, noting how all my clothes have been burned to ash. Guess that's to be expected when you cause a giant robot to explode while being inside it. Once I'm outside, I see that I'm in a forest, the 0-pointer's head having been launched far away from the city from the force of explosions racking its body. At least I think I'm far away from the city. If I wasn't, I'm sure that some hero would have come to investigate the giant robot head. Or at least the cops. I look around, nodding to myself. Yep, I have no idea which direction the city's in. I told you it would be a week at the latest. I shout as I burst into the bar, the door bouncing off the wall and slamming closed behind me. Indeed, though it would be appreciated if you were to avoid damaging both the door and the wall. It does cost money to repair them. Kurogiri's version of welcome back is just what I need after spending 4 days in a forest. On the bright side, it turns out wolf is pretty tasty. It would probably taste even better cooked. And also not kill me. Though eating something that killed in 8 parts of you did make it go down easier. As a counterpoint to Kurogiri's greeting, Shigebiga falls out of his chair laughing when he catches sight of me. Which is fair, given what I scrounged together for an outfit. Seriously, he howls from the floor. Out of everything, you chose to wear a sailor outfit. I sniff with my nose in the air, giving a spin to flare the black skirt that barely reaches past my thighs. They're connected to the black top half of the sailor uniform by 2 straps. Please, you're just jealous that I pulled this off better than you ever could. He snorts as he gets up. Yeah, no, the color's good, but no. What's with all the nope? One walks down the stairs only to turn around once he sees me. I am not dealing with whatever this is. Hi one, I shout before he can retreat. Since you aren't in the infirmary, does that mean 2 is better? No, she's with the doctor. The literal doctor that takes care of the group. Why did you have me watching her if we have a doctor? Well, it makes sense that All for One has his own doctor given how bad his injuries are. Of course he'd need someone to make sure everything is working properly, not to mention in case something new popped up. But this also means that he's not hiding his existence from the new members of the League. Or he could just be hiding his identity, playing the role of the mysterious benefactor. Either way, I don't want to lie to him. I hate lies. Tricks and pranks are fine, of course, like what I pulled with UA. I never told anyone that my name is Bnha, just that they could call me that. As for the application itself, well, that doesn't count. You can't lie to a piece of paper, and the people who read it and think that I wrote down my name fall into the category of tricked or pranked. Not lies. 2. Anyways, that's because it's the benefactor's personal doctor. I didn't think that they would let us send a member of the group to them for healing. He sighs, ignoring me as he finishes his journey up the stairs. Shigaraki chuckles as he goes back to his game. Mario Kart, judging by the music. Oh yeah, he idly says. You need to gear up. You're acting as a bodyguard for our broker tonight while he has a meeting with some rich people. I tilt my head before shrugging and fishing for more details as I make my own way towards the stairs and up to my room. That's new. You never have any actual jobs for me. Usually it's just asking, telling me to go out and kill some heroes. Yeah, well, Sensei said that if I'm going to be a proper party leader I need to start thinking like one. Which includes securing our own funds. Something about him planning to retire after All Might's dead. Makes sense. I nod. After changing and getting in a power nap I make my way back downstairs where Shigaraki scowls at me. The hell have you been? It's almost time for the two of you to go. Then I'm right on time, aren't I? I shoot back before realizing what he said. Wait, two, who else is coming? I feel arms wrap around my neck even as I ask the question, a shiver going down my spine as their low voice whispering into my ear answers the question. You didn't think I'd let you get away from me so easily after vanishing for a whole week now, did you? Saw, G.I. Himi, I shout, trying to whirl around in her arms and give her a hug. But she keeps her grip tight so that she spins around with me, staying behind my back. Faster, faster. Chuckling at her childish demands I keep my spin going, my feet putting all those lessons on proper footwork to good use as I rapidly pick up speed. Himi squeals in excitement as her body starts to float, my eyes catching brief glimpses of her legs trailing behind her. Hurry up. Keeping the broker happy is how we get all our stuff. Shiggy complains, but I know he's just jealous that he's too big to go on the Midosagi whirl. But apparently Himiko thinks that his complaint has substance, and it's time to stop. And, leap. Suddenly she lets go, throwing my balance off and causing me to tumble to the floor in a heap. I wait a few moments for the dizziness to subside before looking at my girlfriend, who somehow managed to stick the landing after flying off of me. I'm just about to complain before I process what she's wearing and my eyes widen. Her skirt is a given, since she enjoys the freedom of movement that it gives her. But under that is a pair of dark gray tights and black knee pads. She has dark green combat boots with dark red toes. On her right hand are the set of silver claws I gave her for her birthday, and her left is covered by a black glove. She's wearing a dark green shirt under a blood red jacket, though the way it's unzipped gives me a nice view of the valley of her cleavage. And with her hood up the trailing bunny ears are clear to see. It's just like my costume, but with the colors reversed. And with her love of blood they fit her very well. She salutes me with a knife that appears in her left hand tapping her forehead. Introducing the new and improved, most adorable girlfriend ever, the blood rabbit Chusagi. She looks at me with a wide grin as bounces over to me with her hands clenched excitedly in front of her. So, what do you think? It took a while to get it all done how I wanted it, but when I came back you were gone. She pouts with her cheeks puffed out. Next time you go out to have fun like that you wait for me. You were stuck at the hospital getting medicine for two. I mutter in a daze as I look at her. She crosses her arms. You still could have asked before you went. Instead the first I heard about it was you asking if you could bowleg some girls and see if they can pass the exam. You didn't even respond when I told you to send me a video of them trying to pass like that. That's enough to shake me out of my daze and I awkwardly scratch my cheek. Whoops. I give a half-hearted chuckle. The exam ended up starting not long after I asked that, so I didn't get the chance to do it anyways. And then I was fighting robots and probably didn't feel it ringing. And then I got blown up and my phone got destroyed. I shake my head as I plant my hands on her shoulders. But that's not important. I look into her eyes with a serious expression. Sensing the mood she looks back at me with just as much seriousness. Are you sure that you want your villain name to be Chusagi? You know that means you'll forever be known as the partner to Midosagi. Which means that we'll always be together. Always. No matter what. Even if you were to separate from me one day. Chusagi and Midosagi will never be apart in the eyes of heroes, the news, or other villains. Do you really want to dedicate yourself so deeply to us like that? Yes, even with all we've been through together. After the surprise of finding out that she's thought of me as her boyfriend practically ever since we met. All the fun, all the murder, all the fun murders. There's always been that little sliver of doubt that one day, she'd leave me. That she'd get bored, or angry. That I wouldn't be good enough for her. That I'm holding her back from reaching her full potential. That she'd become a villain powerful enough that she could walk the streets in broad daylight with her chin held high. And would leave me behind in the shadows. But naming herself Chusagi, while I'm Midosagi, that would mean that our villain names would be connected. Midosagi and Chusagi would become a villainous pairing, one talked about whenever the other is mentioned. Even now people in the streets talk about how I might have some connection to Mirko, the rabbit hero, just because I have a rabbit theme. People do love to have their patterns. She just looks at me with searching eyes. Evidently finding what she was looking for, her expression softens, and she leans forward to give me a kiss on the nose. Of course I'm sure you baka. Haven't I told you before? She wraps me in her arms, both of us ignoring the gagging noises Shigaraki makes. We'll always be there for each other. No matter what, having our names connected like that just means that we're that much closer. I'm touched by her choice. I really am, but I've heard those words before. That we'd be a team no matter what. That we'd always have each other's backs. I was betrayed once by the person I trusted most. I don't think I could handle it if it happened again. I don't say that though. Any of it. Instead I pull back even as my head moves forward as I give her a long, gentle kiss. One filled with love, with trust. I forcibly smother the part of me that's always been doubting, claiming that she'd leave once she loses interest. Izumi scarred me in a different way than Kachan did. I hate her in a different way than Kachan. Even then my feelings towards her are more complicated than that, and I'm not even sure I want to try unraveling them. But right here, right now, I decide that I can move on. That I will give Himi the one thing that I haven't given another person since Izumi. Not even Shoko. My unequivocal trust. I pull back and open my eyes, not even remembering when I closed them. I stare at her face with a loving expression as her own eyes slowly open, love practically overflowing from her eyes and bleeding into the rest of her expression. It's only when we hear a loud cough that we're pulled away from the world of each other's eyes. We see a middle-aged guy with silver hair and round glasses over pink eyes. He gives us a gap-toothed smile with a cigarette between his teeth, a slight stubble trying to masquerade as a goatee. So, I was supposed to pick up Midosagi for some bodyguard work. Did I come at a bad time? I look back at Himi, our eyes meeting. We smile before turning back to the broker. No, you actually came right on time. And you're in luck. For today only. You're getting a 2-for-1 special. I grab Himi's arms and we spin around a few times, our toes not separating until I let go. When I do we jump apart before lunging towards each other, her just behind me brandishing her claws while I crouch with my knife drawn. Tonight, the Usagi twins will be making sure you stay safe. Remember, you're bodyguards. That means you're meant to be seen, not heard. The information broker known as Jiren lectures Himi and I as the three of us drive to his meeting. At least that's how these usually go down. But the people I'm meeting are bringing their daughter to get her more involved with the family business. So, since the two of you'll be about the same age, if they want you to talk, then talk. He gives us a measuring look before snorting. But only if you think opening your mouths won't endanger the deal. I exchange glances with Himi and see my own interest reflected in her eyes. Any idea what the deal is about? I stage whisper the question to her. No idea, she stage whispers back with amusement glinting in her eyes. Maybe it's about buying weapons to overthrow the rich. I nod. So that means we should talk about how bad rich people are and how we want them all dead, right? 1. She nods and I nod back. At least until Jiren shouts at us. Oi, I get it already, drop the sass. We laugh at getting the man to shout like that, his eyebrow twitching in the car's mirror. Though the smirk playing at his lips tells us that he's not really mad. Guess he's more fun than I thought he would be. To sum up the meeting and the deal into something you brats can understand, any and all major corporations need some connections to the underground. Even if it's just to make sure they know what their competitors might do. He shrugs. Course, once you've dipped your toes in the water it's not that big a deal to take your first step. And the next. Before you know it, you're waist deep in villainy. He glances at us through his reflection. We're aiming to get them to take their first step while informing them of one of their competitors putting a bounty on their daughter. I nod understandingly. So you're hoping that their daughter getting threatened will encourage them to put a counter hit on their competition, which would mean they're more open to the idea of the other services you can give them. Not to mention providing us with blackmail material should they try to pull out or turn on us. Himi snorts. Like you know anything about pulling out. Like you ever complain. I shoot back without looking at her. I tap a fist onto my palm, directing my words back towards Jiren, who's studiously trying to ignore us. Poor fool. He doesn't know that doesn't work yet. Or are you planning to offer the services of Himi and I as bodyguards for her after staging A? My analysis of what benefits he can get from the meeting are interrupted by his cursing, and we swerve around someone falling out of the sky. I poke my head out the window to look behind us just in time to see Mirko driving her feet into the apparent villain's face and cratering the road. I wave both hands excitedly while shouting at her. "Hii, Mirko. Big fan. I'm looking forward to taking care of you later." I chuckle as I see her do a double take at my words, pulling myself back inside the car. "Yeah, that's going to be fun. Wanna come with, Himi? I have some tests to run regarding her quirk." She taps her chin after pulling herself back in the car, having waved at the rabbit hero along with me. Maybe, next week. It could be interesting to do it the same day that UA starts. I nod. Yep, sounds like a plan. Probably for the best that we do it on opening day too. I know that Shiggy wanted to make his own plans for the start of the school year. I hear Jiren sigh in the front seat. "Kid, I can't tell if you're a genius or crazy." I laugh, my words echoed by Himi. "Why can't it be both?" One, single quote comma single quote. Remember, Jiren says outside the room to the, "I'm wealthy but want to feel lower class but not really," hotel room. No talking unless they talk to you first. If they choose to send their daughter out of the room, one of you go with her while the other stays with me. This includes if they have their own bodyguards. Priorities are protecting me, their daughter, then the parents. Understood. Himi and I give him a pair of crisp salutes to show our understanding. They aren't the same salutes, but they're at least crisp. He sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose, pushing his glasses up. This is starting to feel like a bad idea. But it's too late to back out now. He looks at us, so I lower my mask and stick out my tongue at him. He requested us. Not our problem if he's having regrets. He sighs again before adjusting himself to project a laid-back air and putting a cocky smirk on his face. "Well then, let's make some money." He pushes open the door and inside I can see a man and woman dressed in lavish outfits. The man is in a dark blue pinstriped suit and has slicked back black hair and one of those, polite, mustaches. The ones that are trimmed into a thin line above their lips. The woman is wearing a dark red business top matched with a pencil skirt that comes to about mid-thigh. Her long black braided ponytail trailing down her back. Good thing it isn't over her shoulder. And sitting between the two is a mini version of the mother, her own ponytail starting high as opposed to her mother's trailing one. Her own sleeveless green dress having the upper portion a conservative ruffled trim. Though it fails to hide that the daughter has far surpassed the mother. Oh, and there's a brown bear with a scar across his muzzle and a rhino with a pink mohawk standing behind them with their arms crossed. The man nods at Jiren in greeting. "Hello, Jiren, you said there's something we should know about." He nods and opens his mouth to respond only for the rhino to cut him off. "Hold on now, I don't like the look of these two." Though he says that his eyes are focused on Himi, while the bear is looking at us warily. Feelings mutual. Himi shoots back and his oversized nostrils flare. "And yay, brought a weapon. Tisk, tisk, gonna have." His barely, not even really, concealed agenda doesn't have the chance to go farther as his partner slaps the back of his head. "Stop it. Crap like that is why you can never get any jobs." The rhino snorts. "As if. People don't care what I do as long as I get results. Ain't that right, Mr. Yaoyorozu?" The seated man takes a deep breath in before letting it out slowly, clearly regretting his choice of bodyguard. His wife's expression hasn't changed, but I imagine that she's irritated as well. It's the daughter's expression that lets out the most information. Abject disgust. Interesting for a few reasons. It means that she hasn't been around this particular person before, meaning that either the family uses different bodyguards for different situations, understandable, but I find it hard to imagine they'd trust such a crude one with their clandestine secret meetings, or they were hired for this specific meeting. Which would imply that they themselves don't tend to have these sorts of meetings enough to warrant dedicated bodyguards. The fact that she had such an instant and obvious reaction also tells me that she's been pretty sheltered. There's always at least one person who'll comment on a girl's body, doubly so with how big her chest is. She hasn't learned to ignore them yet, or at least not how to show her disgust, anger in a less overt way. So, this is more than just an introduction into the villainy side of business for her. It's an introduction into how bad some people can be. If it's intentional, then odds are good that this is also a test for Jiren, and they were already aware that someone had targeted their family. If unintentional, then they'll likely be unable to keep their cool at finding out that someone's initial instinct was to target their sheltered daughter rather than the parents they've likely been dealing with. I do not believe we will be requiring your services any further, Mr. Damusai. You shall receive half the original pay as compensation, but I request that you leave now. Mr. Yaoyorozu doesn't even look at the rhino, having full faith that his orders will be carried out. He doesn't see the shock flash across the rhino's face before rapidly being overridden by anger. He doesn't see him pull back his arm to punch or the bear's wide eyes as he lunges to stop him. What he, and his family, do see are the pair of knives flashing above his head to enter the rhino's eyes. And everyone hears his screams as he stumbles back, hands hovering over the handles sticking out of his head. On one hand he wants to pull them out. Having foreign objects where you used to have visual organs tends to be unpleasant, to say the least. On the other, pulling them out will likely cause even more pain, and possibly irreparable damage. If it's not already, quirks kind of mess with the whole, irreparable, and unhealable, thing. Given his clear decision paralysis, I decide to help him out. Bang! By shooting him in the face. He drops with a heavy thud, blood erupting out from his forehead. It's interesting that the bullet didn't go out the back, his quirk apparently giving him increased durability in addition to a probable strength enhancement. His quirk would have been more than adequate to get him into a hero school, so I wonder why he's here. Horrible personality, maybe. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore, he's dead. The Yaoyorozu family wasn't idle in the short time the altercation took, unlike their second bodyguard who froze. Not that I can really tell all that much from the half-dome metal covering the three of them. I scratch my head, looking at Jiren for direction. He's giving me the stink eye, so I turn to Himi instead. She's pouting at me, probably because I used a gun instead of a knife to kill the rhino. She doesn't like guns because they lack that personal connection, which I can agree with, but given how he didn't go down to knives in each eye from the two of us, I felt it was worth it for expediency. Still, given the lack of directions, I step forward and knock lightly on the metal. Hello, Yaoyorozus. Your bodyguard turned bounty hunter is dead. It's okay to come out now. They don't come out, but I do hear something inside bumping against the metal. I look around and meet everyone's gazes, the bear rushing for the door when our eyes meet. None of us stop him and we're left with the three of us in a family of turtles. Though only one of them is a teenager. And as far as I know, none of them are ninjas. Shrugging, I start tapping on the metal again. Come on out. Your other bodyguard decided that he wants to be an Olympic runner instead. I hear Jiren groan, and a look back shows that he's put his head in his hands. Well, at least it's not my or Himi's fault things turned out like this. Single quote, comma, single quote. After probably 30 minutes of assurances that, no, we weren't trying to kill them. Yes, their bodyguard tried to attack them. No, Himi and I aren't leaving, they finally come out of their shell. Though not the same as they were when they entered. Now they're armed. The father has a short sword in his hand that he's making sure to keep between us. The daughter has the sword's thinner and slimmer cousin, the rapier. Also pointed at us, more specifically me. The mother is the outlier. She has a mace, with pointy spikes. At least she's pointing it at Jiren instead of me. Himi is snacking on some chicken she went and got while Jiren and I talked them out of the shell, stating that she didn't kill anyone for once so she doesn't have to clean up the mess. Which is fair. What isn't is the frying pan she hit me with. I didn't steal your kill, it was a joint kill. Anyways, now that the drama is out of the way, Jiren can finally tell them why they're meeting. What? Someone put a price on Momo. The father is practically radiating anger, while the daughter is pale from fright. Or the fact that someone attacked her family and got killed right next to them. One of the two. The mother is calm though, and it's her voice that cuts to the heart of the matter. Double it. Send it back. 1. So, she's the power in the family. Probably intentionally brought their daughter then so she can have a taste of the world. But does that mean the subpar bodyguards were also some form of test? If so, then for Jiren or her family. Jiren nods happily, his shoulders relaxing just a bit at how they don't seem to hold a grudge against what happened. Not that they should, it's not like we started it. But his shoulders tense again when their daughter speaks up, pointing a shaky finger at the two of us. See, can I have one of them as a GU guard? Her voice is shaky, but firm. I raise an eyebrow even as her parents try to reassure her that they have plenty of competent guards. Though I have to wonder about that given how the two they hired for the meeting turned out. She cuts them off with a firm wave of her hand. No, she takes a deep breath, steadying herself. They clearly have experience. They took care of the threat the moment it appeared. They aren't even our bodyguards. I can be assured that they'll protect not only me, but those around me. You mean your friends? I interject, only to see her shoulders slump and look away. Must not have any friends. We might be able to do part-time, I shrug, not really caring. A look at Himi shows her having the same reaction. But we're too busy to fully attend whatever fancy posh school you're going to. I'll be attending UA's hero course next week, she says with a voice full of confidence, as if it could change my mind. I wonder if this'll get her to change hers. Ooh, you know someone died in the entrance exam, right? Her face pales again, and so begins the family debate of whether or not she'll attend a school with such poor safety regulations. That's none of our business though, and since Jiren already has what he wanted, we take our leave. Wait, the girl shouts to override her parents' words of caution, causing us to stop. I look over my shoulder at her with a raised eyebrow, seeing her swallow down her hesitation and speaking in a determined voice. Can I have a way to contact you? In case we wish to hire you part-time, at least. I tap my mask in thought for a second before shrugging and turning away, sending a lazy wave back at her. If you really want me, you can talk to Jiren. Just ask for Midosagi of the Usagi twins. We walk out the door as silence reigns behind us for a brief moment before a renewed round of yelling rings out. But that's not something I need to deal with. At least for now. I have plans to make regarding a certain rabbit and some interesting herbs I picked up in the forest. Nezu, I understand your concern, and rest assured that the safety of UA's students is our top priority. Another 20 minutes of reassuring the concerned family on the other side of the phone call later, and collecting further information, and I hang up with a breath of relief. How unexpected. I take a sip of tea before sending an email to the teachers to assemble for a meeting. Given my tendency to mix serious meetings with prank meetings, it doesn't take long for them to gather in the main conference room. I just had a rather interesting phone call with the Yaoyorozu family about school safety. I start off the meeting casually, watching as some of the teachers lose the tension in their shoulders. Apparently they learned about the death of an applicant during the entrance exam, though they could not name the individual. Of course they did, Aizawa says in his usual tired voice. People with the connections to make it big in the corporate world. I'm not surprised, just that it took them so long to learn. He tips his head towards me. I guess that gag order you put in place lasted longer than I thought it would. Indeed, a gag order lasts only as long as people decide it's worth keeping. Even if I was not the one to decide that it should be implemented this time, I can agree it has value. Even beyond the copy of the email from the commission I saved. Though it wasn't particularly difficult to put into effect, given that most who witnessed the boy charging the zero-pointer found it inconceivable that anyone would die during the event in question. It was as simple as brewing a decent cup of tea to reinforce that idea within them by simply stating that the individual would not be attending the hero course. The only real issue was the girl who seemed to have some familiarity with him, though when pressed she admitted that they'd only met the same day. In that short time though, coupled with how he talked to her when the boy went after the robot, she fully embraced the idea that he would sacrifice himself for others. Thankfully her family has financial troubles. Or rather, had financial troubles. A hefty sum, coupled with her already secured enrollment, managed to convince the daughter to not speak about anyone dying during the exam, though it was with great reluctance. Additionally, She would not budge on fulfilling his last request. Something I find admirable. The content of the message itself is amusing, not to mention its intended recipient. It added another check mark on a certain list I started last year. But that's for another time. For now there is a certain concern regarding that very gag order. So you believe that the young Uraraka is the source of the leak that informed one of the Yaoyorozu's informants of the event? I raise an eyebrow as I fold my paws in front of me. Don't answer Sho, it's a trap. Yamada stage whispers to his longtime friend even while the third member of the trio enthusiastically nods in agreement with the man. To which Aizawa simply rolls his eyes. I doubt it. The bribe they were given was fairly large. But that doesn't mean rumors wouldn't circulate. We all know how difficult it is to squash those. Especially when they have some truth to it. Khan, hero named Vlad King, interjects at this point, garnering an intense glare from the man. You mean like how everyone knows you're going out with that teacher from Ketsubutsu but you keep denying it? Really, you should just accept her proposals already. Before the meeting can devolve into yet another shouting match between the two hero course teachers, I tell them why the Yaoyorozu's knowing about the event is unusual. They were informed of the death by Midosagi. Sudden silence reigns across the room. I give a mental nod of satisfaction. It's always pleasant to see that the people I employ haven't let themselves lose sight of proper behavior when the situation calls for it. Though Kayama occasionally worries me in that regard. You mean the villain, Midosagi? Ishiyama, hero named Smentos, asks. The same Midosagi who has killed 37 heroes. Oto Kuron, hero named Ectoplasm, questions. The Midosagi whose partner made their debut by murdering a group of high school girls and posing their bodies at a cafe. Anui, hero named Hound Dog, clarifies. Midosagi, who, Suzuki, hero named Snipe, gets cut off by Aizawa's sigh of exasperation. We get it. Everyone's surprised that the Yaoyorozus came into contact with a wanted villain. We don't need the same question asked a dozen different ways. What we need, he stares at Nezu with piercing eyes, is the why and the how. I nod. There are indeed many whys, but only one how. Why did Midosagi meet them? Why did he not kill them? Why bring it up? How did he know of the event? I pause, letting them consider on their own the answers to those questions. It would not do for me to simply hand them all the answers right away. They would lose the edge that makes them such superb heroes. Still, we all have things to do, so I do not force them to think for long. Why they met is simple. They have a persistent contract with an information broker to be informed should anyone target their family. Midosagi showed up to collect. Khan nods with his eyes closed at his own theory, missing the smug looks directed at him by the others. It seems that I will have to reinforce the reminder of not interrupting me. I wonder what it should be this time. Seeing the man shiver, I continue. Midosagi was working as that information broker's bodyguard, along with his partner Chusagi. Do we have profiles? Kayama leans forward on her forearm. Did they manage to get a look at either of their faces? It would be a great boon to have Midosagi's public identity be known to increase the chance that he would be caught, at least to anyone else's understanding. Regrettably, Midosagi kept his mask on at all times, so there are no new leads on that front. The Trouble trio all perk up, hearing the slightest emphasis regarding that front. Given how important tone and inflection are for both Midnight's undercover work and Yamada's radio show, it's no surprise. And Aizawa prides himself on his perceptive abilities. As for Chusagi, I tap one of the buttons blended into the wood of the table and folders appear in front of everyone. Opening them up reveals a picture of a young blonde girl tearing into a chicken leg with a bright smile. Chusagi, also known as Himiko Toga. From what is known, she attacked one of her classmates during her final year of middle school and fled to the streets. She's been on the run for several years. I tap the photo as the staff start to read through the information gathered on her. The Yaoyorozus have someone on staff with a quirk to transmit the memory of another to paper, which is how we can be assured that the image is accurate. In the back, you will also find two different photos. Please take a look and tell me what you think. Some continue to read through the information, putting the extra information for last. Though I am once again pleased to note how Aizawa pinpoints those as the most important aspect. After only a brief moment of looking them over, his eyes widen and he swears. Damn. We were played. His words draw the attention of the others, who take a look at the photos themselves and either swear as well or continue to study them. I intervene before they can get to the overthinking stage of analysis. The applicant who supposedly died was in fact Madosa-ji. Another round of swears from those who hadn't realized it yet, with Inui putting forth the first of the expected guesses. So he was trying to ruin Yue's reputation? By faking an applicant's death? Khan snorts and crosses his arms. Fat lot of good that did him. If we knew about this before, we wouldn't have even needed the gag order. I sigh, mirrored by Aizawa. I gesture for him to explain. Vlad, you're an idiot. Not what I wanted, but it is valid. Ignoring the man's impotent sputtering, Aizawa continues to actually explain. It doesn't matter if he faked his death as an applicant. If this gets out, I wouldn't be surprised if the school were forced to shut down. Seeing that Khan still doesn't understand, Aizawa rolls his eyes. We had a moderate profile villain within the boundaries of the school. Alone, isolated from any help he might have received. As he talks, eyes around the table slowly widen as they make the connections. It would have been a prime time to capture him, but not only did we fail to do that, we didn't even realize that he was here. He shakes his head, holding up a hand to forestall Khan's justifications. Which means that we allowed a dangerous villain to surround themselves with a crowd of students, who he could have killed or taken hostage at any moment. Hell, he could have gone on a killing spree and slaughtered half of them before any of us even realized there was a problem. He pauses, letting the information get absorbed before shrugging. At least that's how the media would put it. I allow them to discuss the matter, debating how they should handle the fallout should the media discover it. A discussion that Aizawa shies away from, given his avoidance of the media in all aspects of his life. But it is a moot point. Given how they have not come out with the news of infiltrating UA, either to brag or discredit us, discussing how to handle the news going public serves no purpose. Additionally, I feel that you all are missing a simple yet key point from this. I lean forward, seeing a lack of understanding from each of them, including Aizawa. The Yayorozu daughter asked Madosa-ji to be her bodyguard, including at school. I hold up a paw to stem the outrage from the idea, giving them a small smile as I continue. His response? We're too busy to attend whatever fancy posh school you're going to. I watch as Aizawa's smile grows, followed by Kayama tapping a fist into her palm in understanding. While much of the information put on his application form is likely to be false, his age was real. And if he slipped with letting his age be revealed, what else could he have let slip? I want each of you to study his form, as well as all the information we have on Madosa-ji as a villain. Perhaps something new will be revealed. Taking my words as the dismissal they are, the room is cleared, each of them wearing a thoughtful expression. All except for Aizawa. He remains seated, staring at me. I meet his gaze, sipping from my tea. The silence stretches, long past the point of being awkward. He's the first to lose patience, as I knew he would. What aren't you telling us? Oh, why wouldn't I tell my staff something? Spare me the patronizing, Nezu. We both know you always have another angle. You never do things simply, or by half measures. He leans forward on his elbows, his quirk activating as he tries to get answers. So tell me what's so special about this kid that you're so focused on him. It can't just be because of his connection to Izuku Yagi. I don't answer, finishing the last of my tea before folding my arms over my chest. I hum as I spin my chair around, staring out the window to the room. I consider if I should tell him, and if so, how much. What do you know of the quirkless, Shota? There's silence, and I know that I've taken him off guard with the seeming non-sequitur. Well, they're quirkless, he starts slowly. They're looked down on by a good portion of the population. Anyone I've spoken to who's a part of the HPSC actively tries to avoid talking about them, unless they're actively talking down about them. I can imagine his eyes narrowing at the back of my chair. There's more to it, isn't there? Not a question, a statement. I chuckle. Isn't there always? I spin around, placing my clasped paws on the table. I will leave you with one thing to consider. He leans forward, ready to internalize what I'm about to tell him. It's funny, given that I have no doubt that he will be unable to fit the piece into the puzzle. After all, the piece I'm about to hand him does not belong to the one society has raised him on. It has always been about Izuku Yagi. I turn around once again, enjoying the peaceful view of Ua grounds. For however long they last. Or as he is now officially known, post-mortem, Izuku Midoriya Usagi. I laugh as I jump from streetlight to streetlight down the street, shouting over my shoulder while in the air. I thought you were a rabbit, aren't you supposed to be faster than the tortoise? We're both rabbits, now stop running so I can kick your face in, you little shit. Mirko, the rabbit hero, shouts back with a vein pulsing on her forehead. Why is she chasing me? Well, that's because I walked up to her and threw a water balloon at her face. Then she asked me if I was ready to die for throwing said water balloon in her face, to which I replied, you wish it was water. I'm so lucky that she needs to watch how much force she exerts so she doesn't break stuff. If she didn't I would have been caught within a few seconds. Of course, if she knew that I'm Madosaji, then she could go all out in trying to catch me. But since I'm not wearing my apparently signature jacket right now, only my mask, I'm just a snot-nosed delinquent. Well, not snot-nosed, but that's how the expression goes. Which is odd, but whatever. Anyways, heroes have to pay for any damage they do to public property out of their own pocket if they use excessive force on a villain. If the HPSC determines that the damage is worth the villain, then they foot the bill. It's to make sure that those with destructive quirks don't cause a lot of collateral damage just chasing, say, a purse thief with an illumination quirk. Though the top 10 heroes tend to just get a blanket check for anything they do since they're so popular. Which Mirko is, being number 7 in the rankings, so it's strange that she's not going all out. Maybe that suspicious liquid is working. I hope so, the test won't work if it doesn't. Oh, and it would also make it difficult to get away. This woman is one of the most persistent aka stubborn heroes I've ever heard of. Which is a good trait for hunting down villains. Except when they're me. Thankfully we're almost to the warehouse, and she's only been chasing me for 10 minutes so my stamina is still pretty high. I jump off the latest streetlight and latch onto the edge of a rooftop, rolling on top before hopping to my feet and dashing for the other side. Unfortunately for me Mirko doesn't need any help getting up, and a glance over my shoulder reveals a savage grin on her face as a loud clang echoes from the street. Did she just break the light? So much for no damages. I wonder if that turtle comment hit a nerve? I jump off the edge of the building, aiming for the skylight that will drop me into the prepared warehouse. Not even seconds after I start to fall I feel a pressure on my back and my descent accelerates. A lot. Mirko rides me like a skateboard as we plummet through the window, my flailing hand only barely managing to hit the latch holding it open. It falls shut just as I hit the small hill of pillows specifically placed to cushion my fall, though the added weight of Mirko forces me all the way to the bottom layer, which I did not plan for. Still, pillows are pillows. A bit of internal injuries is a small price to pay for quirk study. She grabs me by the back of my neck and drags me through the pillow hill, stray feathers from torn pillows sticking to the two of us as we taste the sweet, sweet air of freedom. A bit more sweet than usual due to the thin haze of smoke filling the building from all the burning herbs, but that's basically the same as creamer for coffee. Not that I ever drink the stuff. The only time I tried a cup before, I ended up freaking Shiggy out with how my eyes were so wide open one of them popped out of the socket. Whether or not that was an intentional action is irrelevant, no matter how much Momogiri scolded me for it. She adjusts her grip so she's holding me by the throat instead of the nape, letting us face each other comfortably. It's always a pleasure when they don't start off with a suffocating throat grab, especially when I can banter with them. Alas, the story remains true. I raise my arm, lamenting my fate. So has it been foretold? The tortoise has surpassed the hare. She glares at me with a tight smile as that protruding vein pulses. You know that game where you juggle a can with your feet? You can be the can. What's your record? Mine's 20 gak 7. She gives my throat a squeeze and I smirk at her, getting a snort in return as she lets go and I drop to the ground. I give her a curious look as she looks around and taps her foot, apparently bored of me. Whatever. So what's the trap? The usual ambush? Drugs? Or is it something original this time? My mouth drops open and I put a hand to my chest in mock offense. La gasp. How dare you? What makes you think I would stoop so low as to try and trap you? She gives me a patronizing stare with one eyebrow raised and crosses her arms, giving the pile of pillows a pointed look before changing it to the burning barrels clearly giving off smoke. I whistle innocently as I put my hands behind my back and look at the ceiling, eliciting a snort of laughter from her. Huh? Yeah, but really, who is it? The CRC? One of the underground rings? Small timers looking to make a name for themselves? Come on brat, I have people I could be fighting right now. I pout as I cross my arms and glare at her. Don't call me brat. I'm legal. And there's no group who organized this, I did it on my own. I scowl at her. Though it doesn't seem to be affecting you at all. Which either means the forest herbs are stupid, you're a great actor, or my theory was wrong. Theory? Mirko asks, basically ignoring everything else I said. I sigh. I theorized that, since you have a rabbit mutation, you could go into heat like a regular rabbit when exposed to aphrodisiacs. I gesture to the haze surrounding us and then her face before continuing. But not only are the burning herbs not affecting you, the concentrated version I threw at you didn't either. She stares at me for a few seconds before bursting into laughter and my pout intensifies. It goes on for a few minutes before she calms down, wiping a tear from her eye. Oh, man, it's been way too long since someone's tried this. I perk up at that. I'm not surprised that someone had the same idea before, but to actually try it? Well, I've never heard about it happening before, so did it get covered up? She pets my head, smirking as I swat her hand away. Little tidbit for you, brat. Female rabbits don't go into heat, they're basically always in heat. For me, that means aphrodisiacs don't work. They artificially excite the target, and I'm always excited. I blink. Then blink again. I look down at her skin-tight leotard, specifically how it doesn't even touch her legs, starting to curve inwards at her hips to only just cover her crotch. As I look closer, I realize that the only reason it's acceptable to wear in public is because of how thick the material is. If it was thinner, well, let's just say that Midnight wouldn't be the only R18 heroine. Sudden realization strikes me. Wait, but then does that mean? Yep. She nods with a smug grin, patting my head again. Really, why is that such a popular thing to do? Himi and Momogiri do it too. I focus all that excitement on the excitement of battles instead of excitement for sex. Nice try though. She grabs my arm and starts to drag me towards the big doors leading outside. You still tried to make moves against a hero though, so I'm gonna be putting you under arrest. Oh, yeah. Totally get that. But could we take care of this first? I point, and she looks in the same direction, blinking when her eyes rest on the problem. Sure, my mask is on. But I never did get around to turning it into a full-on gas mask. It always felt like there were other things to do, and eventually I just forgot about it. Plus I don't really operate in areas where Midnight patrols, so it hasn't been a problem. Until now that is. She whistles. Damn. Guess you are grown up. At least in one place where it counts. He shrugs, resuming her dragging. But a little embarrassment will do you good, maybe get you off the wrong path. I'd rather you be getting me off. I retort, getting a bark of laughter from her as I continue. It's not like I'm selfish. And my girlfriend says I'm pretty good. Oh, and what would she say about you trying to get with me? She doesn't look at me as she examines the door, failing to find handles to open it. Which makes sense since they've been welded shut. The only way out is by climbing through one of the windows or the skylight. Well, she's been in here longer than either of us, so she probably wants to join. Wait, what? She turns to me, confusion in her eyes even as her ears twitch in response to something she hears. But it's too late. Himi drops from the ceiling behind the hero, her arms wrapping around her neck as she leans in so her breathy whisper tickles the rabbit's ears. Come on, don't be mean, I promise it's a time you'll never forget. The rabbit hero lets go of me, grabbing the arm holding her as she turns and basically judo flips Himi onto the floor. She looks down at my groaning girlfriend with surprised eyes. The hell did you manage to sneak up on me? I literally have super hearing, super smell, and super instincts. A good time. For answers, Himi gasps the offer as I help her to her feet, giving a nod of approval at the lingerie she put on for the occasion. The carrot motif seems a bit on the nose though. Mirko's eyes dart from me to Himi, then back to the door, then to the herbs. Back to us, and she shakes her head. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong if people nowadays? Back when I was your age, I was crashing underground fight rings. Sure, I had the occasional hookup, but this? She vaguely gestures at us in the smoke-filled room. We shrug. It's not like we do this all the time, and we're not going to force you or anything. We just felt like it since the boss is making his own plans against Ua. What was that? Her gaze sharpens as she looks at us. Oh, yeah, he has a very short attention span. It's even odds on whether or not he gets sidetracked by a game or something, so we figured it. Not that. Mirko shouts at Himi as she gets into a defensive stance. The part about Ua, don't think you'll be getting off without telling me anything. The two of us share amused looks and chuckle. Well, I trail off leadingly, letting Himi finish off my sentence. Everyone getting off is the only way we'll tell you anything. Himi twirls and wraps her arms around me from behind as she smirks. So what's it gonna be? I raise a challenging eyebrow and lean against Himi, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Fun and information? Or a fight and no information? She scowls. Bold of you to assume I can't get information out of you if I kick both of you through the wall. Bold of you to assume we haven't done that before. I shoot back. We're in a standoff, Himi and I letting our hands wander over each other in relaxed interest, and Mirko with narrow eyes and a tapping foot, clearly wondering if she should call our bluff. Or at least what she thinks is a bluff. But there's really only one answer, and it doesn't seem that she's immune to the other drugs mixed in with the aphrodisiacs. Nothing harmful or anything. Just a little something to make people more peaceful. It's probably thanks to that she hasn't just beat the two of us unconscious already and tried to drag us to the police station. Eventually she groans, ruffling her hair in frustration and paces for a couple minutes before whirling around and pointing a finger at us. You are really pissing me off. She hops forward as she spins in a roundhouse, stopping her foot just centimeters away from my cheek and glaring at the grin she failed to wipe off my face. Scowling, she lowers her leg with a sigh. Fuck it. She points at me and Himi. Fuck you, fuck her. Fuck your creepy boss that's probably getting off on watching this, and fuck. Nah, he's definitely too shy for stuff like this. Definitely more comfortable with the 2D waifus from his games. Himi interrupts before leaning an arm under my own and hooking the rabbit hero around the waist. As for the rest? She pulls her towards us, the hero not resisting as we kiss her on the cheeks. That's what we're here for. A short laugh later and she pulls my head in, giving me a passionate kiss that leaves me blinking. Pulling back, she smirks as she reaches a hand around her back, unzipping her costume. Just don't go dying on me. I want that information. And not everyone can keep up with a rabbit. Wow. You weren't kidding? Himiko gasps in between breaths as she pokes at Izuku's unmoving form with her foot. He actually dead? Mirko rasps curiously. She's surprised that the two of them managed to keep up with her. Normally she'd be able to go through a good dozen people before getting even close to her current state. Just goes to show that quality is much, much better than quantity. Might also be related to the girl's quirk that had her biting her whenever she switched out with the guy for a short break. Though the people she's comparing them to aren't exactly her top picks, usually she'd have to settle for people who wouldn't try going to news stations to crow about how they'd had sex with her. Not that it would have done anything, since quirks like hers are documented and acknowledged as having certain side effects. They'd just get sued for slandering a hero. Not to mention becoming her personal enemy. And the few enemies she's had, well. She doesn't have enemies anymore. Himiko waves a tired hand from where she's laying, letting it fall limply across her face. He'll be fine. In a few hours. She scrambles around with her free hand at her long discarded lingerie, finally finding her phone after a few minutes of looking. So, the information? Mirko asks, propping herself up on her elbows to stare at the blonde. She takes another minute to catch her breath as she shoots a text for a pickup. League of Villains is targeting Ua. Because All Might is working there. Mirko raises an eyebrow. He is. How to wait? She cries out as a murky portal swallows up Izuku, quickly expanding towards Himiko, who grins. Don't have more info than that. Though you should be happy. You're the first to have fun with both of the Usagi twins at the same time. She shoots the rabbit hero a wink as she's swallowed by the portal, which swiftly closes above her. Mirko lets herself fall back to the floor, her back making a meaty thunk as she stares up at the ceiling. Fuck. She curses, thinking about how much of a shit show this is going to turn into. I wonder if they'd be down to do this again? Izumi. Bleg. I poke at one of the pink pieces of raw fish layered across tiny individual piles of rice resting on my plate with a frown, wishing that they could have at least wrapped it in the rice to make it a sushi roll. Why'd I have something I dislike on my plate in the Ua cafeteria? Because, for some reason, Principal Nezu decided that part 2 of my punishment would consist of not only spending an hour after school helping the teachers, but also having my lunches randomly switched out with stuff I dislike. It's weird, nonsensical, and not enough of a punishment. When I asked about it, he told me that being denied lunch rush's food is a far worse punishment than it seems. Then he started cackling and I got a bad feeling, so I ran away. I mean, I guess it's a punishment, but this is only the first day, so I have no idea of how bad of a punishment it actually is. Guess I'll learn tomorrow. Unless my lunch gets switched out again. But if it starts happening too often, then I just bring my own lunch, which is probably why he said it would only happen occasionally. Yoink. I hear someone yell across from me, and the piece of sushi I'd been poking at vanishes, speared by the fork of another. I follow it to its new destination, and see nothing. Oh no. The ghost of Ua has stolen my lunch. Whatever shall I do? I yell dramatically as I fake swoon, getting a chuckle from the invisible girl and the pink girl next to her. We totally need to do a seance. It's the only way we'll be able to know what it wants, and hey. Ashido shouts as Hagakure steals a piece of asparagus from her own plate. I think the ghost wants to eat its friends, the rosy-cheeked girl next to me says with a giggle, allowing Hagakure to reach over to her plate and watching as she hesitates. Her fork twitches above Uraraka's plate as she tries to decide what to take before pulling back with a huff. Why don't you have anything that can represent me? I have marshmallows in my cocoa for you. She takes a sip from said hot beverage in spring, then tilts it forward to show us the partially melted fluffy treats. I mean. She shrugs her shoulders noncommittally in response. I was in the mood for a beef rice bowl. Sorry. She lightly claps her hands and tilts her head in apology. Hagakure's sleeves move and her shirt slides backward a bit, telling us that she's probably leaning back with her hands around her head. Woe is me. The ghost is unsatisfied. I can only be appeased through obtaining a juicy secret. Uraraka rolls her eyes at the look Ashido and probably Hagakure sent her, even as a flash of sadness goes through her eyes. I told you, all he did was ask me to give a message to someone if they got into UA. That Bakugo kid. She shakes her head. I still don't know how they knew that I'd pass the exam though. I take a bite of sushi, my lips turning downward as I swallow, at both the taste and the texture. Food is meant to be cooked, damn it. Sounds to me like they could see your potential, while you were struggling with your own self-confidence. I don't know how my mental self-recriminations managed to do a judgmental silence, but I'm just going to ignore it. Like I've been doing since Aizawa-sensei first glared at me this morning. Ashido nods, putting on the air of a knowledgeable sage as she strokes her chin. Indeed, young one. To have the confidence to pass, one must first have confidence in themselves. Hagakure snorts. Cool line. Did you steal it from the back of a cereal box? Ashido looks side to side as she replies. No. After a moment of silence from Hagakure, she relents. It was a karate commercial. We laughed together for a few moments, Uraraka letting out a groan as she slumps in her seat. I'm just glad Aizawa-sensei saw our potential and didn't expel anyone. Totally, Hagakure says excitedly. I totally thought Bakugo was going to get the boot when he charged at Izumi for getting a higher score. I mean, I can kind of understand getting frustrated after seeing that. Ashido hedges as I send her an offended look, getting a snort in return. Oh come on, flying was totally going over the top. You got over 1,000 meters. I wave her off. First of all, I didn't even get the top score, Uraraka did. Second of all, you have no idea how close I was to losing concentration and falling out of the sky. I shudder. Note to self, don't go higher than 2 stories. But the pain, the punishment, who knows, if you fall from high enough I just might go away. That has me hesitating for a moment, but I forcefully push aside the thought. Despite everything, I don't want to die. The pain I give myself helps me, reminds me, and works to help me understand just a little of what he went through. What I want is to make amends, even though I know I'll never be able to. I want to show him that I won't be the person I was. I want to be someone he would be happy to see. I want my brother. I blink away the tears before they conform as Ashido rolls her eyes. First of all, ain't no one counting frickin' infinity as a score. That was way too crazy. And kind of scary. Huh. Uraraka blinks in confusion at Ashido. I'm scary. Ashido waves her hand. You know, the thought that you could literally throw any one of us into the sun if you get mad. Absolutely. She has a point. It didn't even look like it took all that much effort from her to do it. I might be able to do something similar if I train enough, but it would be far, far from easy. Or anytime soon. Second of all, Ashido continues as she points at me, it doesn't matter how hard it was for you, 1,000 meters is 1,000 meters. I answer her with another bite of my food, slowly finishing off my lunch as I try to ignore the taste by keeping my focus on the conversation. Though it's drifted away from the tests Aizawa-sensei had us do this morning into what we think of the others in our class. I'm telling you, Bakugo and Tokiyami know each other. They even have nicknames for each other. Bakugo gives nicknames to everyone. I wave my fork dismissively. He doesn't care enough about anyone else to learn their names. Yeah, but I heard Tokiyami call him Wrath. And he hasn't nicknamed anyone else. Hagakure points out. I think Todoroki is kind of cool. Uraraka says, probably trying to move the conversation away from Bakugo. Even if the message she's supposed to give him is nice, odds are still pretty even with him losing his temper at her. And with how worried she looks when she shoots glances at him shouting on the other side of the cafeteria, it's anything but that. Her comment gets a round of groans from the bubbly girls. Boo, temperature jokes need to be more thought out than that. Yeah, there was literally no effort in calling her cool. You could have at least slipped in a hot pun. I smile as the girls start thinking up different jokes they can make about Todoroki because of her quirk, my mind going back to how easily she managed to get the top spot during the tests. Especially the sprint and ball throw. It took about 2 seconds where she made an ice platform to stand on, then it just suddenly jumped forward and she was across the finish line. Poor Kirishima didn't have a chance. I don't know how she did it, but I do know she needs to use both sides of her quirk to do it since I saw a flash of flames under the platform before she launched. Same with the ball throw, a long tube of ice followed by a flash of fire. I'm pulled out of the memory by the other girls gathering their trays and getting up. I get it's supposed to be a message to Bakugo, but can we at least listen in? Ashido whines, and this time Uraraka seems to actually think about it before her eyes turn to me. Curious. So you swing that way. Wait, what? I have no idea where those words came from, and it sounded distinctly different from the usual voice I hear in my head. Before I can put more thought to it though, Uraraka speaks. Well, I guess there's not really a reason to stop you. Not like you wouldn't try anyways. Ashido nods with a big grin on her face, entirely unrepentant that Uraraka called her out. Plus, I was kind of hoping Yagi could help me get away afterwards. Get away. Uraraka nods seriously. Yeah, since he attacked you back during the test, he's definitely going to attack me after I tell him what Dickus told me to tell him. So I was right, it's not a nice message. A shame it isn't in a note, then she could just wait. Their name is what? Ashido and Hagakure's loud laughter assure me that, yes, I heard the name correctly. Uraraka frowns at them and crosses her arms, clearly upset at their response, but she doesn't say anything. After they get their laughter under control, Hagakure's sleeve moves and Uraraka's shoulder dips briefly. Good one, Urara. Mina nods. Yeah, you were holding out on us with the Todoroki joke. She says nothing, just frowning at them as she keeps her arms crossed. When they just stare at her blankly, she huffs and turns around, heading in the same direction Bakugo just left in. I follow since, well, she asked, and I don't want to see my classmate murdered. Though her reaction is odd, even though it seems like that actually is the person's name that she's delivering the message for. It looks like the two girls realize that they've made her genuinely upset since they don't follow, despite their clear interest in the first interesting non-class thing to happen in the school year. Once we get to the doors leading out of the building, she looks back and sighs with relief upon seeing me. Thank goodness. Okay, so my house is east. After I make myself weightless, I just need you to use your own quirk to launch me in that direction. I can control my landing without too much trouble. She clenches her hands in determination, though her face is looking a little queasy. Yeah, flying is not an easy thing to get used to. Even when you're doing it all by yourself. I can only imagine how rough it would be if you had to rely on someone else to get you safely back on the ground. With a slap of her cheeks and a small smile directed at me, She pushes open the doors and strides out, raising her hand and shouting as she sees Bakugo halfway to the gate with what he calls his signature pro walk. Really, it just looks like he's pissed at something. Which, to be fair, he always is. Hey, Bakugo, I need to give you a message. He turns around with a scowl, bag casually held over one shoulder while the other is thrust in his pocket. The fuck you want, extra? I have shit to do. Surprisingly, he isn't shouting. Though he hasn't gotten the message yet, so I think that's about to change. Uraraka doesn't let the cursing dissuade her. I was asked to give you a message from someone who knew you would get in. Bakugo smirks as he turns around and faces her, his posture reeking of arrogant pride. Course I was going to pass. I'm going to surpass All Might and become the new #1 hero. She doesn't respond to his claim except to look distinctly more uneasy, and I carefully wrap her in my power, prepared to pull her away the moment Bakugo makes a move. She takes a deep breath as she touches her throat, her fingers glowing pink briefly. Her words come out in a rush, clearly wanting to be away as soon as possible. Bigius Dickus said you need to get your ego under control because it's making everything else smaller, and you didn't have much to work with in the first place. 2. It takes more than a few seconds for Bakugo to come out of the brief daze he's been put in from the unexpected words, his smirk frozen on his face. Which is good because it takes me a second to come to terms with it as well. Luckily I'm quick enough, and the weightless girl goes flying out of UA grounds, followed by shouting and explosions from the angry teen trying to follow. I stare at the spot they were for an unknown length of time, trying to put my previous image of the girl being nice and friendly into the frame of what I just saw and heard. It's not until a hand touches my shoulder that I'm shaken back to reality. I turn and see that it's Midnight who's standing behind me with a frown on her face. I heard that you need to stay behind to help the teachers every day, but not today since it's the first day of school. She waves her hands at me, trying to shoo me away. Go on, find a cute boy to hook up with or something. Just make sure you can still attend school tomorrow. 1. I stare at her blankly for a moment before robotically making my way through the school gate, 3 simple words circling around in my head. What the fuck? So, let me get this straight, I say to the excited Tamura who's practically tap dancing, he's so giddy. You ran off to UA, without telling anyone, disintegrated the gate to let the paparazzi whores inside as a distraction, and then walked in to steal their school schedule. He pauses his happy dance for a moment and looks at Himi expectantly, but she just tilts her head at him. Wait, whore isn't a curse word. No, Himi says questioningly, it's just another word for prostitute, which is a job. Not a completely legal job, but still a job. Why would a job be a curse word? But, bastard, is the word for an illegitimate kid, but you still hit him when he tries to say it. She waves him off. That's different. Societal. Can we go back to the part where Shiggity Biggity Boo randomly walked into UA and stole their stuff without getting caught? I interject, a bit unsettled that I'm the one who has to bring us back to the core of the conversation. I'm supposed to be the one who derails things, not the other way around. Tamura huffs, crossing his arms, but can't stop the pleased smile from stretching his lips. Yeah, it was basically a tutorial level, it was so easy. I didn't even need Kurogiri to warp me out. I just left with the reporters when the police came. Quote. I'm starting to feel like heroes are a lot dumber than I grew up thinking. I mean, I know that they aren't nearly as heroic as they pretend to be because of All Might, which I don't really care about anymore since I killed them for fun, my technical job. But I figured that they would at least have decent security inside a hero school. The walls that Shiggy told us popped up don't count since they're meant to prevent people from getting inside instead of securing the inside. I shrugged, deciding not to question it. It worked out, he didn't get caught. That's what matters. Oh, and the information he got, of course. But since he's not holding anything, I can only assume that it was entirely digital, which I doubt since he's not good with computer stuff unless it's game related or that he's already passed it on to the people who should know. So what did you get other than a schedule? I ask as I lift myself onto a barstool. What do you mean? He questions with a frown. I told you, I got a schedule so we can organize a raid to kill All Might. Which reminds me, I should get some thugs to deal with the ads. I sigh, giving him a pitying look. Shiggy, Did you only grab a school schedule? Huh, yeah, that's what I said. I didn't run into any side quests. It did have a list of the people in the class attached though, so that's worth some bonus points. He looks at Himi with a confused look and she just shakes her head at him in disappointment. Or at least mock disappointment, since I'm pretty sure she would have lost track of the main quest and focused on the side quests. So, you have no information on the students' quirks, or if any of them could be an actual problem. Nothing to help with whatever plan you have to make sure they don't interfere in killing him. What are you talking about? They're just brats. He scowls at me, clearly irritated that I'm not more impressed with what he accomplished. The thing is though, he's not the most stealthy person, or much of a detail-oriented person, so it honestly couldn't have been that hard to do what he did. He even said it was easy. Still, I suppose he deserves a head pat for managing to do it all on his own. After pulling back my profusely bleeding wrist stump that Himi latches her mouth around, I explain what should be exceedingly obvious. So are we. I gesture to myself and Himi, who's grabbed her own stool so she's not half crouched like some sort of beast as she slurps my blood. Some of it does drip down her chin since she can't swallow fast enough, but thankfully for Momogiri she has a bucket to catch it before it falls to the floor. And you aren't all that much older than us either. Quote. That's different. Shigaraki looks away and crosses his arms, knowing that I made a point but unwilling to admit it. I can admit that it's a little different, since we're both crazy. But it's not different enough to invalidate the benefit of more information. I mean, quirk analysis is literally my specialty. It's what I did for 11 years. Rolling my eyes, I let it go. What's done is done. No point letting what could have been sour our relationship. Dumb sentimentalities like that got beaten out of me a long time ago. So, when's the attack? And is All for One going to be the one to face All Might? Because let's be honest, none of us are strong enough to one-shot him. Though I might come close if I maximize the shock value of me being alive and making it like an overly dramatic, "I missed you" moment. But the very thought of saying that to the man makes me sick to the point where I'd probably throw up halfway through. There's also the possibility that they'll think I'm just a villain with a transformation quirk who made themselves look like me while subconsciously dismissing the idea that I'm really me and attack immediately. But that would require them to be thinking that the secret of All Might being Toshinori got out, which is unlikely since only us and Stain knows and Stain hasn't spread it around because he doesn't believe it. But then again, All Might isn't all smart, so he'd probably think the secret did get out. Or, like me, the thought might never enter his mind, so he'd automatically assume that I'm me. We also can't discount. My muttering is interrupted by a chunk of metal breaking my nose, Himi stowing away her pan while I feel it. Yep, I'm gonna need to die to get that fixed. But I already needed to do that for my hand, so it's not a big deal. The blood loss will probably kill me in a few minutes anyways, so that's covered already. Finally, Shigi mutters now that I'm quiet. The attack is tomorrow, which is why we need to hurry with gathering mobs. Doesn't matter if they can't win against the brats as long as they can hold them off while we take care of All Might. Apparently him and 2 other teachers are going to be taking one of the hero classes to a place called the USJ. Universal Studios Japan. I yell, jumping to my feet and getting angry grumbling from Himi for taking away her chew toy and blood dispenser. We get to go to Universal Studios Japan. This is so exciting. I've never been. When Toshinori was supposed to take me, he ditched me at a restaurant we ate at before we even got halfway there. My eyes widen. Ooh, I heard that they decided to add an All Might themed ride a couple years ago to compete with Hero World's popularity. Can we end the day with blowing it up or finding something phallic shaped to shove in the mouth of anything that has his face? The two of them just stare at me in silence for a few seconds while my stump bleeds onto the floor. Eventually Himi reaches over and rubs my head and Shigi speaks. The fuck is with your backstory? Anytime we think we've heard everything, you pull something like this out of your ass. 1. I shrug, idly wondering where Momogiri is. He'd be absolutely pissed to see how much blood is leaking onto the floor. That's for me to know and therapists to be traumatized about. He rolls his eyes while Himi goes back to her lunch. Early dinner. We kind of lost track of time dealing with that errand I put down back during UA's entrance exam. Ignoring He gestures vaguely at me, his hand going up and down before seeming to give up. It's not Universal Studios Japan. But after we kill All Might we're definitely going. It's something called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. As for the one who'll actually be killing him. He smirks, and I can see the smug pride in his eyes as he gestures to the door behind the bar. We have a hidden boss. The door opens, and a large bird man walks out, followed by Kurogiri as Shigaraki continues to explain. Nomu has been genetically engineered to be stronger than All Might in his prime. And since Sensei said he's weakening, it shouldn't have any trouble taking care of him. I patiently stare at him, waiting for him to continue. A few moments later Kurogiri speaks. Ensure that your mess is cleaned up, Midosagi. I unabashedly throw Shigi at the sacrificial altar. He's the one who decayed my hand, so it's his mess. The dusted remains of it are even mixed in, so he's the one who has to clean it up. As he sputters in indignation, I sigh. Really? You're seriously relying on this thing? I flick a knife at Nomu, watching as it buries itself into its chest with no trouble and no reaction, to kill All Might. He scowls at me. It has shock absorption, high-speed regeneration, and, like I already said, is stronger than All Might in his prime. Of course it can kill him. I roll my eyes. Yeah, but you're forgetting just how stupid he is. I can guarantee he's going to pull some BS out of nowhere and get stronger. Something like, I must simply become stronger than I was. Plus ultra, then beat it into oblivion. 2. That sounds like a stupid glitch. There's no way something like that hasn't been patched out already. He crosses his arms, causing me to scoff. No duh, it's stupid, but it's not a glitch, it's a function. See, if a person were to use all their strength, then there'd be a fairly good chance that they'd damage it. So the brain helps the subconscious limit what the mind believes is available. And since people also consciously hold back, due to any number of reasons, the amount of strength exerted is again reduced. Following so far. Getting nods from the 3 love members while the Nomu doesn't react, I continue. Generally, humans really only use 60% of their strength, if they even bother to exert themselves as hard as they can. But the reality is that people don't want to exert themselves that much, even heroes. I wave my hand dismissively. Oh, sure, they can have any number of reasons, but the result is the same. Most people end up using somewhere around 30% of their strength, so it's not impossible for All Might to pull some more strength out of those cowlicks of his. In strength, I'd say he definitely has a chance of beating your Nomu. I lean forward with my elbow on my knee, my hand hanging limp as my eyes gleam. That's why we have to target his mind, not his body, not to mention that it would be so much more satisfying. At some point during my explanation Shigaraki started scratching his neck, so I already know that he's not likely to go with my plan. But he's not the one I need to convince. A burst of static comes from the TV, a prelude to AFO's voice. Kurogiri, hand him the class roster. He does so, and I take the moment to skim it as AFO continues. I do enjoy the thought of All Might suffering. But this is Tamura's plan. Then again, I am the one providing the Nomu. So should it fail, the responsibility would lay with me. You're never wrong, Sensei. Shigaraki says with all the fervor of a mildly indoctrinated cultist. Much better than when he was acting like a fully indoctrinated cultist. Oh, but I am, Tamura. If I was never wrong, my body wouldn't be in the condition that it is. Nor would I have grown to my level of power, for the mistakes I have made have led me to opportunities to gain strength. Which is why I am proposing a little contest. I can hear the amusement clearly in his voice, but my focus is entirely on 2 names on the roster slowly being crumpled as my hand clenches. Fight Nomu. If you win, your plan shall be acted upon. Lose, and Tamura's will be acted upon. Simple, yes, but seeing as you have based your own proposal on the possibility of Nomu being defeated by All Might, I see it as only fair. I look up from the paper, crumbling it into a ball as I pull my arm away from Himi, who at some point filled her bucket and wrapped my stump. Tossing it over my shoulder and draw another knife, taking a stance against the Nomu with my eyes filled with determination. Perfectly fair, all for one. Just don't get mad when I break Tamura's birthday present. Tamura's eye twitches and he growls out a single word as Kurogiri shouts out in distress of the mess. Kill. It's over in an instant, and I'm sitting across from receptionist not entirely sure what happened. I guess I can only hope that my instincts knew what they were doing, because it moved too fast for me to think of anything. I sigh, giving receptionist an apologetic smile. Sorry, but your coworkers might be getting a bit rushed tomorrow. Third POV. Shigaraki stares at the assembled low-level thugs in irritation as he scratches his neck. I was hoping that there would be at least one mid-level mob mixed in with the rest of the ads. Ah, don't be like that, the green-clad individual next to him says as they throw an arm over their shoulder. It's not like we thought we'd be getting anyone good anyways. Just think of them as meeting your expectations. He scowls at the rabbit-themed villain, which only deepens when he hears the NPCs muttering about how impressed they are that the villain sensation, Midosagi, is participating in the attack on All Might, and how it makes them actually think they can pull it off. Making an idle swipe at him, Midosagi hops back with a laugh and a spin, throwing their arm around a hunched boy in tattered clothing and a mask that matches Midosagi's. His black jacket's large amount of holes reveals glimpses of the scars littering his body. What about you? What do you think our chances are for pulling this off successfully? The teen flinches, shying away at the contact but seemingly too scared to try and move away from them. I think you're underestimating heroes too much. Midosagi frowns behind his mask and smacks the back of their head. Yeah, well, you glorify them. Hopefully this will finally break that little irritant. He chuckles, especially since we have that. With a grand gesture towards the shadowed recess of the warehouse, a hulking muscled beast with the head of a bird emerges. The assembled thugs gawk at it, especially at the parts where the skin has torn from the strain of containing its immense physic, revealing the raw muscles underneath. Shigaraki smirks at getting such a reaction from them, smug in the knowledge that he's the one leading this attack. Though his hand twitches knowing that changes he had to implement. This is Nomu. Shigaraki addresses the assembled. They are the one who'll be fighting All Might. The rest of you just need to take care of the students and the other two heroes who'll be with him. And why should we be left out of the fun? One of the thugs shouts, those surrounding him pulling away and leaving a large minotaur-like man in his own space. Shigaraki raises an eyebrow, though the hand on his face mostly hides the fact, and scoffs. Do you really think that a low-level NPC like you is strong enough to fight the boss of the game? The man growls, a puff of air coming out of his oversized nostrils. If you really have someone who can beat him, then there's no way I'm sitting out of that fight. A glory seeker, Midosagi muses. Shigaraki comes to the same conclusion, his raspy chuckle muffled through his hand mask. Tell you what, if you're able to take one attack head-on, you can act like a mid-boss and join Nomu. If not, he leaves the consequences unsaid, letting their minds conjure their own punishments. The Minotaur gives a cocky smirk. Fine by me, he sets himself, crossing his arms across his chest while he waits for him to make a move. Shrugging, Shigaraki stretches his hand out, a dark misty portal opening in front of it. An identical portal opens in front of the Minotaur, and Shigaraki's curved fingers exit, lying gently against the man's neck. He laughs, feeling how weak his grip is. That's it, I'm starting to DAGK. His arrogant words are interrupted as soon as Shigaraki's thumb lands on the other side of his Adam's apple. He tries to look down, but the sudden burst of overwhelming pain freezes him in place. Without even being able to scream, the assembled villains watch in horror as his skin starts to crack and flake off, vanishing into the air as Shigaraki's quirk spreads. It takes his head first, slow enough that the pain in his eyes screams at them, but fast enough that there's no blood, or perhaps the two is disintegrated, dripping from the expanding emptiness where there used to be a mouth. Then a nose. Then his eyes. Before they know it, his entire head becomes nothing but dust. And then it starts expanding downwards, much quicker. As if it knows that there's no one left to experience the pain it wishes to inflict. And not even a minute later, the Minotaur man is gone, even the dust he was reduced to gone without a trace. There's silence in the warehouse, interrupted only by a few of the thugs throwing up from the sight, including the boy next to Midosagi. Scowling, he pushes him away. Seriously, you should be used to this by now. Man up. He doesn't answer, just continuing to empty the contents of his stomach while Midosagi and Shigaraki stare. After a few seconds, with his expression not expanding beyond the hand, Shigaraki turns away and addresses the thugs. So, anyone else think they have what it takes to face off against the boss? Rapidly shaking heads are his reply, and he snaps his fingers, someone who could be in high school stepping out from behind him. 1. Make sure you follow your script. It's different from the others, so don't mess it up. He bows, making a sweeping gesture with his top hat and cane. Of course, Shigaraki, I don't plan to disappoint. Shigaraki grunts. See that you don't. Kurogiri warps into place between the small group of elites and the assorted thugs, opening a large portal and gesturing towards it. The time has come. Enter, and let your names go down in history as those who helped to bring down the symbol of peace. A few hesitate, but they are soon swept up in the crowd of more willing villains as they pass through the portal, dragging those who are having second thoughts with them. The nomu walks behind them, an extra deterrent in case any decide to take their chances and run. Once they're all through, Shigaraki turns towards Midosagi and the boy. You better be right about this plan of yours. It's fucking creepy to see. Midosagi chuckles, grabbing the boy by the arm and dragging him along as they make their own way towards the portal. Ah, don't worry Shigi. Even if Toshinori doesn't care, his image is at least going to take some damage. He grins, an insane glint shining from his eyes. It just means that we'll be chipping away his foundation instead of directly knocking him from his pedestal. He shoves the boy through, watching him stumble before taking his own step. And the HPSC can simply put anyone else on that pedestal if they need to. But remove the pedestal, and they won't have anywhere to put the replacement. Single quote comma single quote. Izumi, cool, you guys even have fake villains. My shoulders relax at Kirishima's words. Of course they're fake. How could real villains get past UA's security? Though I have to say, they really played it up with those flickering lights. The small sense of relief I have is quickly shattered by Aizawa-sensei's words. Get back. Those are real villains. We watch as the villains fill the square, easily dozens of them starting to spread out. Eventually a large bird-like villain appears, wearing only a pair of pants and with some kind of rod sticking out of its head. It looks like that's all that there is, which is more than intimidating enough. But then another person stumbles out of the portal, much smaller than the others. My eyes latch onto them, unable to look away. I don't know why, but I'm engulfed by the overwhelming sensation that I know them. A feeling that repeats when someone wearing a green jacket with rabbit ears trailing from the hood steps out behind them. Before I can try to identify why, I'm distracted by an excited shout nearby, which draws my attention away. I knew this would happen within a week. The guest hero accompanying us for the rescue training, Mirko, sends Aizawa-sensei a smug grin before swinging her left arm into the crook of the elbow for her right and flipping him off. Suck it, eraser. He sighs, pulling his goggles down to hide his eyes. This isn't the time for that. Just focus on protecting the students. His scarf comes loose as he bends his legs, only to stop and stare as Mirko shoots past him in a massive leap that will land her in the center of the crowd where she'll be surrounded. I'm sure that it's not just me that's shocked by the action, and Aizawa-sensei's groan of annoyance as she shouts back reinforces that notion. Fighting is my specialty. I stick with my thing and you stick with yours. She lands, and without even resetting her stance she launches forward with a spin, barreling into a dozen villains that are blown away. It looks like the villains at the back are talking about something, those two familiar ones having been joined by a man covered in hands and a misty bartender type. Judging by the wild arm flailing, the hand villain is angry about something. Come on, she can handle them while we get you all to safety. Aizawa-sensei and 13 drive us back to the doors, but I trail at the back, unable to get those two out of my mind. It's a distraction that stops me from getting trapped like the others. A large pink thing engulfs the frontmost students, their shouts of surprise quickly swallowed by the mass. Before any of us can try and free them it gets launched upwards, and is revealed to be a giant bubble. Inside I see Sato and Kota on their knees, banging their hands against their prison. My, how insulting that you would think we would leave the only exit unattended. That would be positively rude, don't you think? The figure in front of looks utterly ridiculous, and that's saying something given some of the hero costumes in our class. It looks like a white onesie littered with large pink dots, matched with a top hat with the same color scheme. His shoes at least are brown and only have pink highlights. His face is covered by an upper mask that's solid pink, and he's wearing an obviously fake handlebar mustache. He plants the cane he's carrying in front of him, hands overlapping the golden topper. I am one, and I will not be allowing the many of you to escape. Especially as it appears that All Might is absent. He meets the glare of Aizawa-sensei, who has his quirk activated but hasn't made a move otherwise. Now, why would that be, I wonder? He swings his staff upwards to tap his chin with the bottom. Perhaps. He smirks, swinging his cane between Aizawa-sensei and 13. He has not had enough time to appear. My eyes widen. Does he know about Dad's time limit? We may not be on the best terms, though it's better than before, but the fact that villains know about his limit is all kinds of bad. Our teacher doesn't answer, instead asking who they are. Who are you, and why are you looking for All Might? Usually villains like you want the opposite. 1. They chuckle. Well, let's just. He doesn't complete his sentence as Aizawa-sensei charges forward with his scarf leading the way while his hair floats behind him. But the villain doesn't panic, calmly raising their staff and pressing a button. From the bottom of the staff extends a bubble, and now that I'm paying attention it looks like bubblegum. It grows to the size of a bowling ball before they release the button, shooting it forward and forcing our teacher to roll under it to avoid being hit. A good choice considering it continues on until it hits one of the columns supporting the USJ sign at the top of the stairs, causing it to crumble around that spot and bring the rest of the structure down. Kurogiri, now, they shout, and the mist person that was back at the square appears above us, his mist extending downwards and engulfing us. His ominous words are the last thing I hear before I'm suddenly somewhere else. We all have our roles, but the act cannot begin until everyone takes their places. Aizawa, there's a sensation of falling, and then I'm in the center of the USJ surrounded by what villains are still standing after Mirko's rampage. Luckily they seem just as surprised by my sudden appearance as I am. Unlike me, they seem to lack any actual combat experience, exhibited by how I'm the first one to recover and launch myself at them, keeping my quirk going to make sure there aren't any surprises. But the only surprise is how easy they are to take down. Not that I mind, but if they're all on this level, then my students won't be in too much danger as long as they don't panic. If they run into anyone as competent as the one guarding the exit though. I twist my upper body to dodge a clumsy knife swing, bringing my arm up to disarm them, grab it, and drive it back into their shoulder. At least, that's what should have happened. Instead, they trip. It's so unexpected that I can't help but blink down at the curled form holding their hands against their nose. Unfortunately, due to that, I can't see their face, and their black jacket is loose enough that I can't tell much about their body. Still, regardless of what's going on, I can't let such an opportunity pass by. But before I can kick them in the head to knock them out, I have to duck under a flying knife. I follow the direction it came from and my eyes sharpen. Midosagi. They wave at me, amusement dancing in their eyes. Hello, Eraserhead. Sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't really let you take them out that easily. They need to show that they're worth the effort. He shakes his head in mock sadness. Though I have to say, he's not making a very good showing. We might have to apply him in other ways. A sense of danger flares against my instincts, so I roll to my right, looking over and seeing the person who'd previously been on the floor with their knife buried in the ground where I was standing. They stand, taking a firm stance as they face me and my eyes narrow. Was it an act to let my guard down? Oh, so close. Midosagi snaps his fingers and the person flinches. You got this. Show everyone that the League of Villains made the right choice to take you in, little rabbit. Seeming to take reassurance in their encouragement, they shift their hold on the knife before they charge at me. This time I use my scarf to wrap their arm, twisting it to bring them to the ground. I go to one knee as I bring down my elbow, intent on taking them out of the fight. But they surprise me once again. They twist their body, a deep crack coming from their arm as they snap it in order to twist themselves around me, their movements speaking of deep-rooted experience. With them at my back, they bring their knife to my throat and I freeze as my mind tries to figure out how deep a cut they would make if I were to escape their hold. Because I can escape it. The only question is whether or not they'd cut deep enough to damage my vocal cords or sever an artery. But my plans come to a screeching halt as they whisper softly into my ear. They came to kill All Might. That bird guy, Nomu, is a corpse they stuffed multiple quirks into to get the job done. My hand is going to twitch, and when it does you need to throw me at Midosagi. The rod in Nomu's head is the weakness. Take it out, and it'll die again. 3. His voice is filled with pain, his broken arm clearly not easily brushed off as he made it seem. But the message is clear, even if the reason isn't. Before I can question him, Midosagi's voice calls out to him. Come on little rabbit, you know better than to hesitate. Finish him. True to his words, as soon as Midosagi speaks his arm twitches and the knife is out of position just enough for me to act without fear of injury. I sweep under his arm, wrapping my scarf around him and doing as he asked, flicking him in Midosagi's direction. They let out a yelp of alarm before he impacts, and they both go down in a heap. If what he said is true, then I have to act fast. I charge towards the man covered in hands and the bird monster, Nomu, the kid called it. The thugs they came with are all on the ground, Mirko's in a worse state than the ones I took care of. That observation leads me to question what happened to the rabbit hero, and I can only conclude that she got teleported just like everyone else. The question is, where did they all go? Single quote comma single quote. Mirko. What the fuck is this? I scowl at the person sitting across from me, a long and lit candle sitting on the center of the table between us. They shrug as they open a menu. It's Quirk Lamel, the most prestigious restaurant in Japan. But why? I have absolutely no idea how I ended up here. 1 minute I'm blowing through villains, enjoying my own personal all-you-can-fight buffet, and the next I'm standing in a restaurant next to this kid. She read a note that was on the table then told me to sit down and order something. Which doesn't explain anything. She shrugs. My friend said he didn't want me to have to deal with 2-bit thugs, so he arranged for me to have a nice meal instead. I don't know how you ended up here though. Groaning, I reach over and snatch up the note, ignoring the frosty glare Endeavor's daughter sends me. Reading it, I can feel my eye twitch. Hello, Candy Cane Princess. Sorry, but it's still too soon for us to meet again. I have managed to get some connections though, and I heard that the League of Villains would attack Ua. So I pulled some strings to have their portal user send you somewhere you always said you wanted to try. Now, I know that you would have been fine, but you shouldn't have to waste your time on dealing with 2-bit thugs. Plus, I do worry. So instead, sit back and enjoy a candle-lit meal. Bush. P.S. Don't worry about the price, the people I work with will cover everything. P.P.S. Don't listen to what anyone at the USJ says, I'm 100% okay. I scowl even as my eyes narrow, though I can't help but chuckle at the signature. The hell kind of name is A. Bush. She snatches the note back with a frown before returning to the menu. His hair is essentially a bush. I saw him sitting in front of a bush once, and since he had his head down it looked like he didn't have one. I panicked, and when he raised his head I nearly passed out from shock. So he started joking about how his real family were probably plants. I snort, sniffing cautiously at the water on the table and taking a sip when I don't smell anything odd. Funny, though I'd like to know how they're connected to the villains who attacked. She shrugs. I wouldn't know. I haven't talked to them since their death. I do a spit take, the water putting out the candle and splashing on the girl's face. She grimaces and wipes herself off with a napkin while I gape at her. Are you delusional or something? Clearly there's something wrong with her. If they died, they can't have set this up. So is she crazy or is it something else? I'm not, she says after her face is clean. He left a suicide note, and there was a lot of blood in the area, but his body was never found. And he's the only one who's ever called me Candy Cane Princess. So his death was a fake. I blink at her blankly for a moment before a thought strikes me. Did he fake his death to become a villain? Doubtful. He's too nice for that. Even if he did become a villain, he'd still find a way to help people. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd tried warning someone of the attack before it happened, but wasn't believed. My mind flashes back to my encounter with that weird brat, and how his girlfriend told me of the attack. Could it be, the entire reason I was at the USJ is because I'd told Nezu about what the girl had said, and that it would be the first trip the hero class would go on? If All Might had been there like he was supposed to, I have no doubt that we would have already mopped the floor with those villains. Instead, I'm sitting across from one of the students in an incredibly nice restaurant. I shrug, filing away the information to tell Nezu later and just enjoy the experience. Especially if someone else is footing the bill. I burn a lot of energy, so my food costs tend to be my largest expense. But if it's a villain gang footing the bill, I can let loose and eat my fill, and it's not like I'd be able to get back in time to help anyways. Plus I can question this girl more about her friend. Let's see what she says to this. As the waiter approaches, I ask the question. And if they actually did join the villains? Maybe they're at the school, attacking your classmates now. What would you do? She looks at me with a tilt of her head, and I don't know what it is, but something in her eyes unnerves me. Like I said, I doubt he would do that. But, in the unlikely chance he did, why would it be a problem? No matter what happens, we're going to be together. And isn't that the only thing that's important? 3. Single quote comma single quote. Bakugo. I scowl as I beat down some damn villain with my gauntlets, rain cascading down around me. The fucking mist bastard sent me to the goddamn storm zone. And the rain is fucking freezing. I can't produce any sweat when it's so damned cold. Shitty Bird and Rockface got sent here too, but they're too weak to keep up with me even with my disadvantage, so I ditched them. Rockface can't even do any shit since there aren't any animals around. Meanwhile, even when I can't use my quirk, I'm still the best. Then couldn't Deku become a hero? Fuck you. I mentally flip off the thought as I charge another villain, smirking as they flinch and take a step back. Being a hero means always winning, and making the villains too scared to put a toe out of line. This is a good first step, but I'm gonna need a bigger audience so everyone knows that I'm the one sitting at the top, and not to fuck with me. Which means, after slamming the last villain's head into the ground, cracking the concrete, I look in the direction where I know the leaders of this crappy group are. A savage grin stretches across my face as I flex my hands, getting ready for what I'm going to do to them. They're going to learn just how far above them I really am. Single quote comma single quote. Izumi. Oh shit, I thought I was going to die. I take deep breaths as I slowly lower myself onto the wall surrounding the ruined zone. I don't know why, but I'm the only one who was teleported to the roof of the building on the inside, and I'm not too proud to admit that I panicked. Anyone who can say they're calm suddenly being up so high with no warning is lying. Thankfully I could use my quirk to let myself drift down. Stopping myself from falling as fast as I'm supposed to is much easier than trying to lift myself. It takes much less focus. But even still, I nearly lost concentration a few times and suddenly dropped several feet at a time. If my self-loathing had chosen to speak up, I might not have made it to safety. It's just further proof to myself that I'm not actually suicidal. As I look towards the fountain in the center of the USJ though, I know I don't have time to rest. Aizawa-sensei is fighting the big bird monster, Mirko nowhere in sight. Swallowing to settle my nerves, I take a wobbly step forward and let myself drop, carefully slowing myself to make the distance manageable. Once I'm on the ground, I sneak forward until I have a clear line of sight. I wait for the moment to make my move. Dad showed me that someone strong enough can break through my telekinesis and barely notice it, and that bird definitely looks strong enough. So I only have one shot to help before they're ready for me. Not to mention that the hand villain hasn't even made a move yet, content to watch the fight play out. But before I can even help, something hits my back and I'm pushed out of the brush I'm hiding in. I turn it into a roll, turning to look at who got behind me. It's the villain in green, putting his foot back down after booting me from my hiding place. Now that I'm closer to them, the sense of familiarity is even stronger. Well, look who we have here. Izumi Yagi, daughter of Toshinori Yagi, also known as the symbol of peace, all might. My eyes widen at the familiar voices' words and they chuckle. Ah, why so surprised? Don't you know? They reach up and drop their hood, revealing a messy head of green hair, mirrored by my own before it cascades down my back. I feel the blood drain from my face, and my body freezes. No, it's not him. He's dead. He can't be here. He can't be attacking us. He can't be a villain. Slowly, As if savoring the terror on my face, they reach up and lower their mask. The mess inside my mind freezes as Izuku's freckled face smiles at me, his eyes sparkling with glee. There are no secrets from family, sister. Follow. Share. Ah. What's wrong, Izumi? Didn't expect to see me again. The person wearing my brother's face chuckles, smiling that same smile he always had. But, it's wrong. Everything about them is wrong. I can't say I blame you. After all, what was it you and Bakugo told me? He taps his chin with a knife as they think, and my eyes widen before hardening. Their eyes light up and they spin the knife between their fingers. Oh, that's right. They snarl at me as the knife points in my direction, and as they continue to talk I feel my rage grow. The two of you told me to take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in my next life. Funny how things turned out, isn't it? I slowly climb to my feet, my hair hanging in front of my face, as they laugh. The same laugh I remember from when we were little, when things were good between us. But it's not his. He's never laughed like that. Never mocked someone like that. And whoever this is, they fucked up the one thing he's basically incapable of stopping. Who the fuck are you, and why the hell are you wearing my brother's face? Huh, they blink at me before pouting. Ah, come on Izumi. Do you really not recognize me? Did you really hate me so much that you completely erased my face from your memo GAHK? I cut them off with a clenched hand, my quirk grabbing their throat as I stare at them between the gaps in my hair with fury blazing in my eyes. I already know you aren't Izuku. He's never called Bakugo by anything other than Kachan. I won't repeat myself again. So you better answer me this time. Who the fuck are you? They try to say something, and seeing Izuku's face twisted in pain that I'm causing, once again, breaks me from my rage and I let go of my hold. They rub their throat while glaring at me and click their tongue. Tisk, I see that you're the same old bully as always. Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Just because you are incapable of change doesn't mean I am. I flinch at his accusation but steel my nerves. It's not him. He's not the real Izuku. But he might know what happened to his body. I'm not playing whatever sick game it is you have going on here. And you still haven't told me why you look like Izuku. They scowl. I already told you that I am Izuku Yagi. How else would I know what you and Bakugo said to me after you threw me out the window? If you were really him, you'd know that it was Bakugo who told him that. I cut things off with him right after. He went too far. I shoot back, venting the words that I've always wanted to say. Even if this is a fake. I never wanted to hurt him. It's why I always made sure to slip medicine into his backpack. Why I bound his injuries when he was too weak to do it himself. On our birthdays, I always put a slice of cake outside his door alongside a present. I didn't want to hurt him. I just didn't want him to lose his life trying to fight a villain. I'm crying now, tears flowing in a stream down my cheeks. I've been living with the guilt of what I did to him every day since he died. The regret is overwhelming. There's not a moment that passes that I don't want to strangle the absolute dumbass I was when I decided to follow Bakugo's lead back when we were kids. I should have fucking stopped him. Not helped him. I take a step forward, and they take a step back. I don't want forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I want things to have been different. I want to have chosen to support him instead of tearing him down. I want him to be alive. I want him to be happy. I want him back. I fall to my knees as I sob into my hands. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I should have been there for you. I should have. You should have been a sister. His cold voice washes over me and I look up. He's standing above me, glaring down at me. The knife is raised. I can't see anything else. Nothing else matters. You should have been a sister. But you can't change the past. Only accept it when the consequences of your actions come back to you. He hesitates for a moment before slightly shaking his head. Goodbye, Izumi. The knife falls as if in slow motion. I can stop it. It would be so easy. Just a quick flash of my quirk and he wouldn't even be able to move. I already know that I'm not suicidal. If I was, I would have let myself drop. But this, it's not suicide. It's my brother punishing me for what I did to him. This is what I needed. I hear Aizawa-sensei shouting, but it's a distant thing. Unimportant. I close my eyes as a sense of relief fills me. I feel lighter. Like the guilt is gone now. And the voice. It's quiet now. And I'll never have to hear it again. But the release I'm expecting doesn't come. Instead, an odd buzzing makes its way to my ear just before I hear a heavy thud. My eyes shoot open, taking in the scene before me. The person who looks like my brother is on the ground, shaking. Their knife lies next to them, discarded. And standing above them is a person wearing a tattered black jacket, their hood pulled down. I stare at them blankly as they remove their mask with the hand not holding a taser. I look back down at the convulsing fake. I look back up. I blink. They chuckle and scratch their cheek with one finger. Hey, yeah, a lot of stuff has happened. But I'll explain later. For now, it looks like Eraserhead needs help. Izuku says as he turns to the fight between Aizawa-sensei and the bird. Mechanically, I follow his gaze and see the bird holding my teacher against the ground, one arm clenched in its fist. Izuku starts moving immediately, not waiting a moment for me as he rushes to help. Come on Izumi, if you really want to be a hero, you need to help those in need. I see him with a determined look on his face, one that I've never seen on anyone else. Something that no one else would be able to copy. His look of wanting to help, even if he knows he won't be able to change anything. The look of somebody who embodies everything the word hero stands for. He's my brother, and he's alive, and he's rushing against something that just took out a pro hero. I scramble to my feet in desperation as I launch myself after him, surprised at how far ahead he already is. He's gotten faster, but that just means he's going to be in danger sooner. I can't lose him. Not again. Not when I just found him. But I can't stop him. Not this time. I finally have a chance. I can be his sister. I can support him. And that's what I do. As he gets close to the bird, I focus my quirk on its joints to restrict its movement, watching as it tilts its head at the green energy that's appeared across its body. It's enough of a distraction for him to get close, enough to stop it from hurting him. He reaches out a hand towards its head. I feel my hold starting to crack. I watch as his fingers close around a metal rod sticking out of its exposed brain. He pulls. The rod comes out with a sickening squelch, the beast letting out a mournful howl that echoes across the building, causing all of us in the plaza to cover our ears, before it collapses backwards and falls silent. I stare in shock, unable to believe that he managed to take out such a monster on his own. With only his first move. I was wrong. I was horribly wrong. He can be a hero. He can be the best hero. He will be a hero. Cheater. Stupid NPC glitch. You're a part of our party. Where do you get off helping the other side in our raid? The hand villain throws a fit, gesturing wildly in his rage. But Izuku ignores them, crouching down to check on my teacher. I approach while keeping one eye on the few villains getting back to their feet. Once I'm standing by my brother's side, I raise my hand and clench my hand into a fist, mimicking a small explosion with my quirk. I make it clear to them that if they bother him, they'll have to deal with me. His silence seems to upset the villain, who starts ranting at him while the mist villain from earlier appears next to him. But I'm distracted from the two by loud noises coming from outside the plaza. A quick glance shows me that Bakugo is charging towards us from the storm zone, his face twisted in rage, making me scoff. He's late. All that's left are the injured and the leaders. But my eyes widen as I see him not going for the two villains still standing, but for Izuku. I shout, pulling him towards me, avoiding the explosion Bakugo tries to hit him with. I put him behind me, ignoring the way he twitches as I glare at Bakugo. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He growls as he scowls at me, miniature explosions popping in his hands. I'm fucking up the villains. The hell do you think you're doing protecting one? My hands twitch, holding back the urge to throw him far, far away. I know that he'd be able to get back all too soon. Did you go blind? Can't you see it's Izuku? In what world is he a villain? The one where he showed up with a group of fucking villains. That quirkless Deku is dead. Whoever that is, it's not Deku. I clench my fist, ignoring my own doubt. If he's been alive all this time, why didn't he tell anyone? Or at least Shoko. He is, and he isn't with the villains. He just saved Aizawa. Why would he do that if he's on their side? He glances next to him at our teacher, who's struggling to his feet. He gives Izuku a wary look, but not an aggressive one. There's more going on than any of us realize. But we can deal with figuring out the truth. He turns to the two villains who haven't moved, after we deal with them. Bakugo has a dissatisfied look on his face but begrudgingly turns to the actual threats. I breathe a sigh of relief, glancing back at Izuku, who's blinking in confusion. I give him a shaky smile. We'll figure things out. It's good to see you again. Yeah. He takes a stance, raising a blade between him and the villains. Seems like a lot has happened. While we've been talking, the hand villain has been scratching at his neck. We took you in. We gave you training. We made you strong. And you take the first opportunity you can to betray us. They growl. It's a good thing I listened when Midosagi said not to trust you. Kurogiri. Nomu. Kill him. 2. I'm confused for a moment, wondering who Nomu and Kurogiri are. But the mist villain makes a motion and I suddenly feel a burst of air. I turn, and what I see will haunt me for the rest of my life. Izuku coughs, and I watch as blood bursts from his lips. But that's not where my eyes are focused. Nor is it the confused expression on his face. Instead, it's the bird villain. More specifically, the part of the bird villain Izuku is looking at. Their hand, which is stuck through Izuku's chest. I'm not sure what happens, but when I blink I'm somehow next to him, the bird somewhere else. I'm supporting him with one arm so he's not lying flat on the ground, my other hand hovering over the wound as I use my quirk to stop anything from falling out of him. His insides are supposed to be inside, not outside. I can hear people, but I also can't. They're just there. It's distracting. I feel something twitch. At least that's what it feels like. And now it's quiet. They aren't gone, and they're probably still making noise. But they aren't a part of what's happening anymore. It's just me, and Izuku. He coughs again, this time covering his mouth. That's just like him, worrying about other people before himself. He reaches up, his fingers brushing against my cheek. I didn't realize they were wet. That's weird. I wonder where the water came from. He lets his hand drop as he looks at me. He smiles. I'm sorry, Izumi. I failed. I shake my head. No, you didn't, Izuku. You did good. You saved Aizawa-sensei. Did you know he's the pro-hero Eraserhead? I chuckle, but it's distant, like it's coming from someone else. You saved someone. You saved a pro-hero. You know what that means. I smile at him. It means that you're a hero too. You did it. He looks at me with wide eyes. I cough. I'm a hero. Really? I nod. That's right, Izuku. You proved us all wrong. You're a hero. He coughs again, his breath coming in ragged. I can feel some kind of pressure, like something is hitting my mind. But that's not important. Izuku proved it. He proved that someone quirkless can be a hero. That means he can be happy. He smiles at me. Liar. I freeze, unable to move. You and Kachan always said I would die to the first villain I'd fight. You were right. Tears fall from the corner of his right eye, the other one losing its shine. I shake my head. No, I was wrong, Izuku. You're a hero. You saved Eraserhead. The Eraserhead. And Recovery Girl works at UA too. She'll fix you up like new. I bet you'll even be a part of 1A. You'll be getting taught by Eraserhead himself. Doesn't that sound nice? I'll introduce you to everyone. There are some people with really interesting quirks that you'd love to analyze. It'll be great. I think I've started rambling, but that's okay. Rambling is okay. Izuku does it all the time, and I'll never tell him to stop again. He can ramble as much as he wants about anything, it doesn't even have to be about quirks. But he doesn't look happy. He's still crying. I'm sorry, Izumi. I can't be a hero. You were right. Quirkless can't be heroes. He gasps out and clutches my arm with a fresh round of strength, and I feel my heart soar. He's going to be okay. Don't gasp, trust Wizenko. He stops talking. But that's fine. He needs to save his energy. He'll be okay. We just need to wait for Recovery Girl. She managed to fix up Dad, so she can fix up Izuku too. The only difference between their injuries is that Dad's was around the stomach, and Izuku's was in the chest. He'll be fine. We'll all be heroes together. The girls will absolutely love him. He's always had that kind of nerdy charm that girls find attractive. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up having half the girls fall for him by the time summer break rolls around. Of course he'd be absolutely oblivious to it. I don't think he ever noticed that Todoroki has a crush on him either. So it would be pretty fun to watch as they all try to flirt with him only for him to take it as them just being friendly. Oh, and he'd definitely be able to improve everyone's quirks. Kaminari wouldn't short out like he did during the battle exercise. Uraraka wouldn't vomit from quirk exhaustion. He'd teach Yaoyorozu how to use her quirk more effectively. He might even be able to help Hagakure become visible. He's just that smart. And one day he'd forgive me. He'd look me in the eye and say that, while he doesn't forgive my actions, he can forgive me. We'd hug, and then we'd live the rest of our lives as pro-heroes with our own agency. We'd bring a new era of peace to Japan, one where anyone could be a hero. Quirk or no quirk, all we have to do is. Suddenly the pressure on my mind intensifies and I wince as the barrier surrounding us shatters, a dozen different noises clamoring for attention all at once. Dad showed up at some point, and he's fighting the bird villain. The hand villain is cackling while a misty portal hovers next to him. The mist villain themselves are standing a bit behind him. I don't see that bubble villain with the weird outfit, or the fake Izuku. Oh, Eraserhead is next to me. I should introduce him to Izuku. He always said that he's one of his favorite heroes. But he's tired right now, so maybe it should wait until later. Yeah, sound is being weird anyways. Even though everything was loud a second ago, now it's just a low buzzing. Eraserhead's mouth is moving but no words are coming out. It's enough to make me laugh. But if I do laugh, it might wake up Izuku. He deserves his rest. He worked hard, he deserves. My thoughts get cut off and I feel a stinging pain on my cheek. I'm also looking away from Eraserhead. Slowly, I bring a hand up to feel it as I turn back to Eraserhead. Huh, I wonder dazedly. He slapped me. His words aren't silent anymore, though the buzzing is still there when he puts his good hand on my shoulders and stares into my eyes. He's gone, but we need to get you to safety while All Might deals with the nomu. I stare at him, oddly focused on a spot just under his eye that's leaking blood. Maybe he'll get a cool scar out of it. At the very least it seems more noteworthy than the blood that isn't moving on his head. His words finally register though, and I shake my head. No, I can't leave Izuku. He's sleeping. If I move, I might wake him up. His eyes are sad, I wonder why. I blink in surprise when he pulls me in for a hug, his arm wrapped around me. His shirt is getting wet. Something is dripping from my face and onto his chest, but what could it be? He's dead, kid. I'm sorry. Suddenly I'm hit full force by the reality of what's happening. What happened? I jerk back, out of Eraserhead's arms and look down at Izuku. His eyes are empty, staring up at me without the spark of life in them. There are bloodstains all over his face, though some parts are dripping more than others from where his tears fell. I look further down. There's a gaping hole in the middle of his chest from where? My head snaps around so fast I think I feel something give. But who cares about that? In my sight is the bird villain. The one Eraserhead called Nomu. The one who's fighting my dad on even footing. The one who killed Izuku. There's a break. I scream. Single quote, single quote. Aizawa. I feel for the kid. I know how hard it is to lose someone you care about without being able to do anything to stop it. And despite her past, she did care for her brother. If only. But there's no if only, is there? Even if we had known that the kid had been kidnapped by this league of villains, there's nothing we could have done to save him. Hell, we hadn't even heard rumors of the group before the attack. I guess that's what all of Nezu's cryptic remarks about Midosagi and the kid meant. I just hold her for a minute, ignoring the shockwaves from All Might's fight with that creature. I know it's strong, but stronger than All Might in his prime. If it was, then there's no way I'd have gotten off with such light injuries. Sure, there might be some permanent damage to my right eye if the blurriness is anything to go by, but other than the break in my arm my bones are still mostly intact. And I know that I wouldn't have gotten off so easily if All Might had done the same back in his prime. But apparently it's still strong enough to match him as he is, which is more than I can handle. The most I can do at the moment is try and get his kid somewhere safe so she can grieve in peace. But I'm surprised when she pulls away, her head snapping as she looks in the direction of the fight. I almost say something, but my words get stuck in my throat at the look in her eyes. They're enraged, hurt, animalistic, primal, murderous. She holds out her blood-stained hands in the direction of the fight and screams. It's a wordless scream, one filled with all the pain and anger she's currently feeling from having her brother die in her arms. And from that scream comes power. Her quirk erupts from her arms, far thicker and more solid than I've ever seen before. They morph into extensions of her arms, to the size where they can easily fit All Might in the palms of her hands. Or the nomu. They shoot forward, still connected to her so that it looks like she's stretching her arms instead of launching them. They move faster than I can see, getting to the fight in an instant. They wrap around the nomu, clutching it between both hands like a caught bird. Which it is, really. All Might pauses to stare at it for a moment in surprise, something I'm doing too, before turning around and looking at us. His eyes naturally fall to Izumi and he starts to smile before seeing her face wreathed in an expression demanding vengeance. And then his eyes fall to the only place they could really go after seeing his daughter. They fall to the body of his neglected son. His eyes widen, mouth dropping open, and I wonder for the briefest moment what he's thinking, but a disturbing crunching noise distracts me. I almost wish it hadn't. The hands have turned into a solid sphere surrounding the nomu, and no matter how hard it pounds its fists against it, it can't break free. But that's not the disturbing part. The disturbing part is how the sphere is shrinking, forcing the nomu into a smaller and smaller space. And it's not stopping. It's not a slow process, barely lasting a handful of seconds. But it's enough for the monster to scream. A scream that's drowned out by Izumi's own as she clenches her hands, blood leaking from her nose and eyes. The sphere compresses until it's the size of a marble. With the nomu still inside. After a second of floating in the air it drops to the floor with a little ding, belying the visceral horror contained within. Izumi sways for a moment, her scream dying out as her pain is expended. She sways uncertainly for a moment as her arms drop. Her face goes slack and she topples over in a faint, unconscious before her head even hits the ground next to her brother's. Looking at just their faces, side by side, it's hard to tell which of the two is the one actually dead. What the fuck? I'm not sure who the words come out of, maybe they even come from me. But it doesn't really matter because I'm absolutely certain that both heroes and villains are of the same mind as they tremble at the show of overwhelming power. The hand villain, Shigaraki, if I recall correctly, turns and bolts through the portal, shouting over his shoulder as he does. Don't forget to grab the psycho. The mist man nods, though his own eyes are still wide as he points his hand in my direction. My own widen as I whirl back to face Izumi, and underneath her a portal starts to expand. I quickly grab her, leaping away and trying to get back to the entrance in the hopes that out of sight out of mind will apply to the villains. And it seems to work since they don't open another portal to try and snatch her. Instead, when I look back, I see the mist villain vanishing through one of his own portals, leaving just me, All Might, and the unconscious. My mind stutters as I look back to where I was, and my heart drops at a familiar feeling. A familiar sight, one that drove me to push everyone away when it happened, Mike barely being able to pull me out of my self-destructive depression with the help of Nimori and Fukukado. The body of Izumi's brother is gone. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.